What's good, everybody? What's good? It's your boy Doc Holiday. What's good, YouTube? Y'all already know. We back with another live banger. It's HBCU OverDrive. It's another live stream. You haven't done it by now. Make sure that you hit that comment section. Make sure that you hit that like button and share it with your folks. But most of all, subscribe. Make sure you also become a you know what I'm saying, a paid subscriber for all that $4.99. If you already see in the chat, that's how it is. That's how we do it. All the money does not go in my pockets. It goes towards advancing the channel. So I'm trying to see if my co-host is going to be on right now. So hopefully she'll be able to jump on and we can get it going. See what we can do. But yeah, my whole thing is I've been on vacation. I was on vacation for the whole time, and pretty much during my vacation, I ain't do nothing. But I ain't do nothing but do all these shows throughout the evening time. So, I mean the afternoon. So I actually was being, in a sense, I was being productive and trying to be able to let's see, trying to fix this. I got an actual soundboard. I mean, a little small soundboard now. But man, look, we doing a whole big thing. As you see, I am with a mic, so I'm not have to leaning forward like this anymore. Hold on. So now the next thing I'm gonna do is try to get a hit with them headsets. So I ain't trying to be like nobody else. I'm me. I don't want to be like nobody else. I'm authentic. I'm fluent, and well, I'm what I'm saying, I'm chill. But I'm trying to see where my co-host is. Yep. And as always,
I was just in the lion's den. Good.
Ooh, did you hear the applause? Did you hear the applause on the?
I was on whose show was I on? I don't even know. They as Coach Hayes football. I was
Coach
on
Hayes.
Yes.
Hey, Coach Hayes is Coach Hayes is cool though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like Coach Hayes though.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was in his I guess he kind of blindsided me because he asked me to come on and didn't give me I had like 20 minutes to get on his show. And there was a lot of people that were not happy with what I was saying, but as always,
yeah, we gonna get you already know how we gonna do. We is gonna get into that. You know how we do. We gonna get into that because first thing first, we're gonna get into this basketball because it's getting there. It's almost conference play is halfway done, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, we get into this basketball. So got anything as far as how was your day? Other than that, I want to get to people understand how was your day. What was Miss SheLovesThee, aka Tomona, having to do today?
Relax.
Other than jumping to the Lions den.
Relax. I was relaxing today. My son is with his dad for the weekend, so it was just me time. I find myself like I was definitely just looking at my channel, and I had a series upload today, so I was kind of just relaxing today.
Okay. Hold on, my wife, babe. How was your day today? My wife. How was your day today? I'm sorry. How was your day today? I cannot go without asking her how was her day because most of the time I really don't ask. She gonna text me. she gonna laugh out loud like, bro, put that thing in the chat talking about. No, but so you was chilling. I just came back from vacation. I was on vacation. Vacation, meaning I didn't go to my actual job, but I was here still working with this job right here. What's going on, Miss Shanetta? What's going on, Johnny? So so basically I was doing this job right here at home during the afternoon because most of the time I'm doing this at night, what I'm saying, nighttime. And then Friday, me and the missus, we went to Oklahoma, which is number like 45 minutes from Dallas. So we went up there to go gamble and to the casino, go gamble and have fun and stuff like that. Then we left out this morning and I had the dread to go right back to work, which I really didn't want to do. I was like, I should have stayed my ass at home. I should have stayed my ass at home. Then I get to work. Everything was fine and copacetic till somebody had to come into my job. They try to fight me. And I was like, you know what? It's time for me to go home for real. It ain't my day. But I'm cool. I'm calm. I'm collected. Got a new little setup. Got a new microphone. Came in yesterday.
Fancy, huh? You fancy.
I'm trying to be fancy. I'm trying to be like other people. I still got the other one right here, but I ain't trying to be hunched over like this. And I'm trying to be all sophisticated. Yeah, I said it. I said it just like sophisticated. Thank you very much. Got the applause button. Can you hear that? I don't think you can hear that. I got to figure out how to do this. I actually got a soundboard too. So what up, big dog? So I got a soundboard. Johnny. First of all, before we get into the SWAC basketball thing, what was going on in Coach Hayes? Coach Hayes, because
Oscar the Grouch was he wanted to be on the show so bad. Like, he wanted to be on the show so bad. Oscar the Grouch, aka Off Script, he wanted to be on the show. I guess he got mad because he wasn't called to come and share his thoughts, so he was just trolling in the comments.
Other words, he was doing the same thing. He did the same thing like what happened with my show the last time, and he came in the comments and trolled to try to get at Mr. Ford.
He's just, yeah. That's part of the Urban Edge network. That's a part of, I guess, their mantra on as representatives of that network. That's what they do. Scammers and trollers.
And so, well, but how was it going on, Coach Hayes?
It was great. I just basically shared my thoughts about Bethune-Cookman and the situation. With Roland Martin, he's kind of, to me, it's kind of like bash Bethune-Cookman, and we need to get some solvency here. That's what I'm just advocating for solvency. So I did a little bit of background to figure out why the football team lost all of this funding that they had. And what I found was that SAC's accreditation, basically you have to focus on learning, and they want to see budget cuts because Bethune-Cookman had 2 years in a row where they had more expenditures than revenues. Almost $28 million, I think it was.
So in
2016 to 2017, it was like 18 million. Mm-hmm. And then in 2018, it was 10 million, or it's flip-flop. But basically, they were spending more than what they had coming in. So that's when they say that Bethune-Cookman lost money. They had more expenditures than revenue.
Okay.
And so they had to pull that money from somewhere. So they got it out of their endowment, or for basically pull it out of their savings. They had a checking and a savings, and they had to pull that money out of the savings to make sure to cover it. Right. And then the nursing school, or the nursing program, went on probation because
I
half
remember
of the graduated students, they failed their exam.
that. Ooh,
So you have nursing on probation, you have the 2 years where you have more expenditures than revenue, and then you have the Wells Fargo loan, which me personally, I think it was probably a subprime loan, just because
you saying like a subprime loan,
like whoever it was that was there at the time, they didn't do their due diligence to see how much it would actually cost after 40 years. They just saw, oh, okay, we have to make this payment every month. It's kind of like when somebody goes to a car dealership and they go to get a car and they say, well, how much can you afford to pay every month? And then you say, oh, I can pay $300 a month. But when you end up paying 2 and 3 times more than what the car was worth. So that loan, they ended up defaulting on the Wells Fargo loan. And Wells Fargo filed a lawsuit against them. So SAC's accreditation said, listen, you have to focus on learning. So the athletics was the first to get budget cuts, and then COVID happened, and it's a private institution.
right. So Reggie Theus, he actually got there when, what, 2020, right?
2000 no, he got there in 2021.
2021. So
So he got
basically,
there after, because you remember Mr. Ford, he was talking about the AD that had been there for almost 31 years.
right.
So there was a lot of
When Thompson was there for 31 years, he was the AD. Mr. Ford said Mr. Thompson was by far one of the best ADs in all of in all of D1. That's what he said. Most likely,
right. So
he was one of the best ones in HBCU sports too.
So a lot of the staff that was in the athletics department, some of them were let go, and then the others were furloughed. And the football program was furloughed for 8 months. So then you see Coach Sims, he's losing all of his staff. He has a high turnover. And so they're saying that a lot of these problems existed for a long period of time. And I'm just like, all of these people knew about these issues, and yet nobody spoke up. And we're not talking about the football team. We're talking about people who are not on the football team, and they say, well, I knew about this back in X, Y, and Z. And it's like, well, why do you have so much outrage now? Is it because of Ed Reed and because he's a celebrity that now you're worried about the kids? Well, what happened when you knew about the situation?
Right. It didn't make no sense.
Y'all didn't say anything then, but you guys care about the kids, right? Y'all care about Ed Reed and him being a celebrity football coach and the fact that they're not going to retain him. Now you have so much to say. So I just talked about it a little bit on the show. So
that's cool. So yeah, that's what we're gonna get into. We're still talking about the Bethune-Cookman issue. Because it's still, that's still the hot, I wouldn't say the hot topic, but it is the hot topic that's been on that for the last 2 weeks. Then also we're going to get into, we're still going to talk about, I'm going to talk about the Chicago State possibility of having football for their university and what that means. And I'm still in the works. I talked to the SID for Chicago State. I'm still trying to get in the works of interviewing the athletic director, and so we can kind of get into the P's and Q's about the possibility of actually having football on the south side of Chicago. It hasn't been done since the 50s or 50s or 60s. To be inside Chicagoland. We can get into all of that. But first, we're going to get into this SWAC basketball. I'm not worried about all script, because if he does come on the show, I do have moderators that's actually watching this show, and they can boot him out. I'm not going to get into it. Chuck Hunt, what's going on, as always. So we're not going to
get with SWAC or MEAC.
Huh?
Are we starting with SWAC or MEAC
Let's
basketball?
start with the MEAC first.
Okay.
We're gonna start with the MEAC. Oh, did you check out the interview I did with Sylvester Morris?
I'm not familiar who Sylvester Morris
So,
is.
Sylvester Morris, Sylvester the Cat Morris was one of the best receivers that we had in JSU history. He had majority of the records before TC broke it. He was here from 95 to 99. So he played 2 seasons with TC. TC actually red shirted his freshman year. And pretty much, yeah. We like Sylvester was the last they were the last he was like one of the last, him and Rashad Anderson, they were the last two guys to actually get drafted in the first round from Jackson State. And that was in 2000. So we talked about that. Just basically being humble and everything, and how he's been doing since retirement and stuff like that, and what he's gonna do as far as coming back around the campus. Because I feel like when I asked him about how he felt about Prime, he was like all of us. We were excited. He was excited that when Prime came to become our head coach, he was excited. But in a sense, when I asked him, did you ever get a chance to talk to him, or like y'all could talk to the student, to the team? Said never did get a chance to do that, which I feel like that should have been done. Like, you want to bring people that actually had some sort of bring some sort of ties to the school, and let them know what's up and show them how it was. Because back then, you got to understand, back in the mid to late 90s and early 2000s, before the other coach I mentioned not to name starts with a B, we were actually winning. What's going on, Russell? So basically we did that, but it was a good interview though. I'm not gonna lie to you, it was a good interview, and it's crazy because I haven't seen that guy in 23 years because he got drafted in 2000, and like it was once you get drafted, like he out campus, he got to get in the car and combine and stuff like that. But it was a good interview, and just asking him certain things and certain questions and stuff. So he told me basically he try to be around the program even a little bit more, since TC is the head coach and that's his guy. So it would be good to get those former players from that era to, from the 90s era and even the 80s and 70s to come around and talk to the team and talk to TC, because TC is one of our own. Let's just be honest with you. Let's just be real with everybody. TC is one of our own. We haven't had one of our own since Judge, Coach Hughes. That's the last person that coached Jackson State, that was played at Jackson State, that has ties to Jackson State. We haven't had nobody that had ties to Jackson State since then. So, but it was a good interview. If y'all haven't seen that interview, go check it out.
Definitely have to check that out.
Yeah, go check it out, because it was a good interview though. It was a good interview. And I'm gonna try to see if I could get some more players that actually played back around the time I was in school and up until the 2000s or something like that, like 2010s or so. If I could get Casaterio on this show, I'm doing something right. If I could get Sylvester Morris on the show, I'm doing something right. And so I'm gonna try to get some more people on here that I can interview and stuff like that. But it was real cool though. It was real cool. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's exciting to see Coach TC Taylor, JSU born and bred. Like it's exciting to see him at the helm. And with signing day literally was it
Couple of
3
days
days
away.
away?
What's
February
up?
1st? One, two,
February
three.
1st.
4 days. 4 days
Same,
away.
same day as the meet and greet.
Yep. So it's gonna be interesting. There's actually on the Twitter space, there's a lot of commits dropping. Like in the last couple of hours, I've seen at least 2 commits, and apparently they're going to be dropping a lot more this weekend.
Oh yeah, Eric. I forgot about Harold Jackson. I forgot Harold Jackson was the last JSU great to actually coach JSU. He was the last one, but he was put in a precarious situation. So go after Rico Richardson. All right, Uncle said I'll go after him. I'll go after Rico Richardson. I'll probably try to see if I could get. I'm gonna see if I could reach Picasso Nelson too because he was a G2 from what I heard.
Oh yeah, we just got Antonio Gadden. That's a big pickup.
Okay.
He's a
Okay,
rival.
so we going so I know I won't be able to do the actual show in the daytime because I'll be at work, but I'll probably put in my 2 cents and then Wednesday evening I get off. We'll do a whole recap. Make sure you'll have the list, and we'll go down from Jackson State all the way whoever signed on signing day from everybody.
Can't even keep up. There's so many.
It is. It is. It is. It is. So as always, look around the MEAC and SWAC, the SWAC and MEAC we go. What we got right here? We got the standings.
You can click on whichever to see what game they won recently. This is for women's basketball. Are we starting with women's or are we at men's?
With women's. Because
Okay.
I
Yeah.
do men's later.
Okay, cool. So this is women's. Morgan State is undefeated. Wow.
Yeah, Morgan State women is I'm not gonna lie to you. That MEAC is a beast. The MEAC it is a beast on both sides, men's and women.
They won today against Delaware State Hornets.
Yep, 59-36. Yeah, 12-6. Yeah, they.
Oh, Norfolk is right behind them though, and they beat South Carolina State today pretty handedly.
Yes, but
Damn, South Carolina State is bad. They're 1-18.
They're not known for basketball. I can tell you that right now. South Carolina State is not known for basketball, men or women. They're basically known for football. Norfolk State I think they lead the actual league.
Overall.
Well, not overall. Norfolk State is 5-1, so they're half a game behind Morgan. Morgan leads the league at 5-0, but overall 17-4. Yes. I don't know how the bracketology is, but I know I could talk to my guy Herbert Seward. He follows HBCU college basketball all the way to the T, all the way down to damn NAIA.
So I guess it'll come down to this game right here, Morgan State versus Norfolk. It'll be Norfolk, and that'll be February 18th. So that is going to be a really big game.
And I'm not going to slide with you. Howard is right behind on their heels. They won today also 75-54 against North Carolina Central. Sticking to them dirty birds. And then Coppin State and Maryland Eastern Shore was postponed. I think that's postponed because of weather situation.
Snow or something?
Probably so. I haven't even looked at the weather. Russell, yeah, University of South Carolina takes all the South Carolina State players. Yeah, that's the reason why Don Staley is a beast in SEC. Hopefully we bring him on in the next year or so. He's doing a hell of a job at Louisville. Who we talking about? Javance I need to see that. That's another thing too. We need to see that football schedule and see what that schedule gonna look like. We need to see that actual football schedule, see what it looks like. Hopefully they'll drop it when they do the okay. So we on the men's side on the MEAC. Maryland Eastern Shore with a victory 94-75 over Coppin State. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they are whatever happened over there. I got to figure out what's going on at Coppin State or at Eastern Shore, wherever they were playing at. So as far as the men's standing is it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting because you got Maryland Eastern Shore and Howard atop of the conference at 5-1. Then you have Morgan, that's a game. Morgan and Norfolk State, that's a game behind those two, and then North Carolina Central at 3-3, at 2 games behind. This is in the conference, y'all. But overall, Norfolk State overall record is 14-7. Still looking at them to see what they can do when the second half of conference play come around. So hopefully Norfolk State will basically they'll basically try to get in. But like I said, Eastern Shore is real stingy on defense. I actually seen them play. They did beat, I think, who did they beat? They beat Coppin. No, not Coppin State. They beat Central. In fact, they beat Central this past week on a buzzer beater, where that was the only time they took the lead. Stole the ball, drove down the court, hit the layup, game over. And that was the only time they had the lead right there. Then you have Delaware State beating Morgan State 64-62. So that still put Morgan State, even though Morgan was actually undefeated in the conference, that actually still puts them in a tie with Howard University. Howard did beat tonight North Carolina Central again. Sticking to them birds. 71-67. And Norfolk State, of course, like you said, with South Carolina State, they really didn't have a chance, 82-68. So if you really think about it, this still is like a 3-4 team race in this conference. Granted, they only have eight teams in the conference playing basketball, but it's still almost a 4-team. It's a 4-team race in this conference, and so what's going to happen is the tail of the tape is what are the teams going to do on the back half of the, you know what I'm saying, when conference play come around. So they should be in. This is the 6th conference game, so probably around about next week they'll be in the second half of the conference play, and we'll try to see what's going to happen, because somebody's going to have to pull away. Somebody's going to have to pull away, and if I bet my money, I bet it will be either Howard and Norfolk. I don't know about North Carolina Central, and then Eastern Shore. To me, they can actually get it done, but I don't think they have that type of offense to actually get it done. But it's a good brand of basketball. Now that's one thing I would say about the MEAC. It is a good brand of basketball. They play a good brand of basketball. And I feel like sometimes the SWAC might need to learn how to do something like that when it comes to basketball. But I digress. But on the women's side in the SWAC, see what's going on with over here.
Hey, this is my favorite. Now that is something that I can get on board with, talking about the SWAC ladies. Now I don't really know that much about the MEAC, but when it comes to the women,
but the MEAC is straight though. You have to try to, like, to me, when it comes down to it, you kind of, it's a, like, the MEAC is basically, if you ever watch the old Big East, it's like watching old Big East basketball, because it's all, you know what I'm saying, it's all East Coast. And like, if you ever watch the CIAA, you're in Charlotte, right? You're in North Carolina, right?
Oh yeah, CIAA was a very big tournament in Charlotte until it moved to Baltimore.
But I think they're going to make it big in Baltimore too. But still, when you watch it, if you watch CIAA basketball, you'll be like, "This is some good brand of basketball right here." I would like to watch it, and even though it's Division 2, I still wouldn't care. I still gonna watch it. But as far as what we got going on, man, she ready for SWAC basketball for the women's side.
And Jackson State University.
And sitting at number one is Jackson State University at 7-1, 10-8 overall, with the home win against Grambling.
Oh no, we were in Grambling.
Oh, we was in Grambling.
That was an away game. Yeah,
that's an away game. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game. As I don't know if you're tuned in to HBCU Go, but once again,
I have it on the laptop. Should told me to pull out my laptop earlier today at work to watch some basketball, so I could get, kind of get into it. 67-52. So we got Angel Jackson, the high scorer, with 15 points. I bet she pulled down a double-double, 15 points and 10 rebounds. Who was this? And Jeriah Covington with 5 assists.
That was a close game at the half, but Coach Reed was able to make those adjustments. The Grambling State Tigers, they had a kind of in-your-face type of press defense.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing that I like about Coach Reed and her coaching, which is her ability to adjust. So we saw those adjustments being made after the halftime, and just Daphne White and Angel Jackson using their height as that was probably one of the biggest advantages that we had today was height. And so they were using that on the defense side and on offense.
And I'm going to tell you just like this. Ian Jones, what's going on? Thank you for joining the show. I tell you just like this. Because Jackson State, those women is height, is length. But the best thing about it, their speed, and they can actually, they're a little bit better shooting the ball from mid-range, from probably like 12 to 15 feet on in. They're still good at shooting that ball. We need to get more outside scoring, and I'm going to tell you just like that, going 1 for 11 on threes is not going to cut it.
Yeah, that Martina was off today. So that and Jeriah, those are usually the top 2 scorers for the 3-point range. And they were just off today. But I will say this, the turnovers is something that was really big, that some of these games wouldn't even be remotely close if they didn't do the turnovers. Because a lot of times they end up actually they're number 1 in the SWAC for defensive rebounds. So a lot of times the other team doesn't necessarily get scoring off of the turnovers, but it's just you got to make sure that you're not having those type of mistakes. And once they clear those up, they will be so dominant. But if we're looking forward to the possibility that they're going to the SWAC championship or even the NCAA tournament, the turnovers has to be something that they have to fix.
We got to cut it down. So Grambling had 12 turnovers to Jackson State's 21, and I understand. I see where you're coming from. Jeriah Covington She's what's the classification? Is she like a freshman or sophomore?
I have to check that out. I'll have to figure out what
She's a senior. Okay, so she's a senior. So my thing is, you have to, for her to, if she's going to run the show, if she's going to be the main ball handler, she has to cut down on the turnovers. Even though she had 5 assists, is you got to understand, even though you had 5 assists, you had 2 turnovers, but you want to be like, say, a 5-to-1 turnover ratio. You want to be somewhere in that range. So they have to be better. They have to be better handlers of the basketball. So,
right.
So that's the main thing. They have to be better handlers of the basketball. And especially if you're going up playing against teams, like if you're going into the NCAA tournament, like if we play against LSU this year, if you have not watched LSU this year, women's this year, they probably will wipe the floor with us if we keep turning the ball over and have, I ain't saying shoddy point guard play, but we just have to be more careful with the basketball. Because in a sense, I looked at LSU women like one game this year, and I'm sorry, that ain't the same team Kim Mulkey coached last season. I'm just letting you know. She was like, that game that I think Kim Mulkey was like, that game last year that they played in the tournament. She's like, we can't have that again. So she went out there and got her some dogs. Like, for real. I'm not even gonna hold nobody like that, but she went out there and got her some dogs. So that's the reason why, and in a sense, that's the reason why she's a national championship coach. So, but it's all in all, we won't know until conference tournament starts. We go through conference tournament, sweet conference tournament. We'll figure out where that places as far as NCAA tournament. Continuation with the roundup for women's basketball. You got FAMU with a 2-point victory in overtime against Alabama A&M.
It's a big win for them because
yes.
that coach is on the chopping block.
Oh, Cedric Walker said just received a commitment from Antonio Gayton. Uh-oh. We're going to get into that. Uncle said we're going to get into that. Bethune-Cookman women 69-66 over Alabama State, which that is a big victory for them also. Southern with squeaks out the 3-point victory against Alcorn, 65-62. So to me, I feel like Southern is that other team that actually can give Jackson State some problems.
Well, that's our next game.
That's the next game on Monday. We'll cover it on Monday.
Yeah, that's gonna be our big game. Is that one, and of course, whenever we play Prairie View at home.
Yeah.
Because that win. I mean, right now we're first, so I don't know if the fact that Prairie View's lost so many, so I guess that. I don't know. I feel like us beating Prairie View at home is retribution because I don't think we should have lost.
We need our lick back. I don't care what anybody say. We're going to get our lick back. Pine Bluff with the easy victory over Mississippi Valley, 69-55. That's another team that might give Jackson State some problems with Coach Dawn, a.k.a. the Diva coach, who's also a Jackson State alum. She has a team that actually can give Jackson State some problems. And then, of course, Prairie View with the big victory over Texas Southern, 60-54. Prairie View pretty much after that last loss that they took, because they did take a loss this past week, and they're looking to come back and roaring back into SWAC play. So if you look at it, like I said, Jackson State sits at the top 7-1 in conference. Southern Alabama A&M 6-2, one behind Jackson State. Prairie View 6-3, a game and a half behind Jackson State, and half a game behind Southern Alabama A&M. Now coming in the middle of the pack is Bethune-Cookman and also Alabama State at 5-3. Pine Bluff with 5-4. Grambling with a 4-5, and everybody else rounds out. Mid-City Valley is still 0-9 in the conference. It's Valley. It's Valley. But as far as when the women go, as far as Jackson State, the women continue the pace that they're going at. I don't see them losing any. I don't see them losing any more games in SWAC play. I don't.
See who went losing any more games?
I don't see Jackson State losing any more games.
Oh,
but it's going to be some tough games though. Like I said, against Southern, against Prairie View, and then against Pine Bluff.
Southern and Alabama A&M. So basically, they're tied for second. Are they tied for second?
They're tied for second. So yeah, it's going to be tough. So I'm not gonna say it's going to be easy, but it's going to be tough as far as seeing who is going to be, you know what I'm saying, getting that number one spot in the conference tournament. So let's jump to that men's action in the SWAC. All right.
I said the men's. Let me pull up the men's side. The men's side of the SWAC. Tough loss today for the Jackson State Tigers, but I will say this. Like, let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
The men's side. Let's see. This is women's. I need men's. I will say this, Grambling, I really actually thought that they were going to run the floor at the in the SWAC just because of how well they played in their out of conference play. Mm-hmm. So I was actually kind of surprised that the winning that they had at that level didn't necessarily convert to the SWAC, like them just running the SWAC.
Well, with them, with what they had and them coming into the SWAC, but I know there's some couple of key players that's out for Grambling men, so hopefully they'll be back around that second half action when it comes to conference play. So they got another week and a half, and then the second half of conference play come around, and you'll see when they come back around, you'll see what they're all about. Now, so like you said, tough loss for Jackson State.
I pulled it up, or I put up the standings.
All right. Tough loss for Jackson State against Grambling, 78-66. Another thing about Jackson, the men's side, I'll pull up the stats. Free throw shooting. Free throw shooting is a business. You cannot get out there and shoot 58% from the free throw line. That's the reason why they call them free throws. Grambling men wasn't that better, shooting 63%. But the main thing, our main issue is free throw shooting, outside shooting, and late game time, try to set up plays late in the game. That one right there is that is Jackson State's Achilles heel. Is this and is this is done off of pure? Is this done off of pure talent or is it coaching? Because that's what
I
we
think
got.
it's probably coaching on the other side because it's just a reoccurring theme that Jackson State gets some sort of lead. They're playing so well in the first half, and then we just see the
It,
eventual closing of the gap, and then they end up winning, and it's like, what happened?
Okay, so the defense is an issue also. So here's the thing. Like, here's the thing. When you gotta press, you press. When you in a half court set, as far as defense goes, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna play zone, you're gonna play man. But I don't even think we have the team to actually play man. I think we need to be in some sort of a zone defense. So that way they'll be able to jack the shots up to where, like, look, we have to be able to get those rebounds, and we got to play defense because I don't think we're good at man-to-man defense. I seen that, but like I said, when I watched that game, I watched the game when they played Texas Southern, and I'm just looking. I was like, you know what? I don't know what the hell Mo Williams got them out there playing, what type of defense they playing, but that ain't it. And then those late game, like the game situations late in the game is a killer to us. So hopefully by the second half of SWAC basketball play for them, they could kind of figure this out. And if they don't feel the type of pressure, like you got to go to a half court set. There's no, you don't need no half court press. You don't need no traps. You just need to get down there and set yourself up in a zone. It sounds boring, but guess what? Jim Boeheim for Syracuse makes a living of playing 2-3 zone defense, and he's been doing it, and he has almost 900 wins. And he's been doing it for like 30, 40 years. I don't know how Mo sets his defense up, but we need to do something. I'm just saying we need to do something. Continuing on. Yeah, we do commit the most fouls in the SWAC, and that's another thing that kills Jackson State too. They foul at the most inopportune times. Like, ooh, what are you doing? There's no, you know what I'm saying? There's no, like, when you watch it, that like there's no need to foul these dudes. Now, if you foul the dude, they can't shoot a damn free throw. I understand that. But if you get a dude, you foul a dude that at least shoot like 70, 78, 80% from the free throw line, you gotta be like, what the hell are you doing? But I digress. Alabama A&M, of course, it's an easy victory over Florida A&M, 61-56. Bethune-Cookman, wow. They came back home with a 2-point win against Alabama State, 64-62. Now I would say this: Bethune 7-14. They're still a formidable team when it comes down to it. Prairie View, we about to get into it in Prairie View against Texas Southern, 89-74. Ooh, in a double overtime. What was I at? Other than being at work, what was I at?
Well, which game?
Prairie View, Texas Southern.
Oh wow, I know that was a good game.
89-74. Oh, they packed. Oh, I'm gonna tell you just like this. And correct me if I'm wrong. When Prairie View played Texas Southern down there in Houston at the HPER, it's damn near packed out. It's damn near packed out. They treat that like when football, pretty much. especially with Prairie View, you could beat your rival, which is nothing but a 55-mile trip down the roads for you, and beat your rival in 2 overtimes. That's something to say. But you Jets Southern, you had the lead in the first half. You flip it around, Prairie View comes back in the second half to tie the game up, and then of course Prairie View in both overtimes outscored you by 15, 32-17 in both overtimes, outscored you. That's how you end up with the loss. And I wouldn't say this is a tough loss for Texas Southern, but it is. It's a very tough loss for Texas Southern. So now TSU got to go up to Prairie View, play them in the Baby Dome right before, probably like a couple of a week or two right before a SWAC tournament play, and try to get their lick back. Continuing on. Pine Bluff with the 16-point win over Mississippi Valley, 88-72. And then Alcorn goes down to the Bluff. Loses to Southern 80-68. I wonder where G at. I wonder if he hurt. I wonder where J Max at. I wonder if he talking noise to to G. They got to have a show because I want to see what that show gonna look like. So as far as the standings go, like I said, those standings for the SWAC men's. So
anybody's ball game.
It's anybody's ball game. First four is hard. They are hard. They are tough. Especially that Pine Bluff. That Pine Bluff team is tough. That Pine Bluff team, the Jackson State plays Southern and beat him or BR. What we talk about less is in football. We talk about basketball because in basketball they playing them in Baton Rouge, and then they come up to Jackson and play them at the AAC. But it is this is a tough league, y'all, for the men's side. So and for Jackson State to only be 2 games behind first place in the conference says a lot. Oh, basketball? Oh no, we don't play them in Bethune. We play them in Baton Rouge. We'll go to Baton Rouge, and then they'll come to Jackson for basketball. And we got to see about the football next. But
I think that the fact that Jackson State is right there, kudos to Coach Mo Williams, because a lot of people, they didn't have why you hire him? He didn't do anything at the Hornets, and so it's great to see that he's right there. I think if he gets another good recruiting class, which have y'all seen Isaiah Spencer?
You think
he committed to?
You think he's gonna play both?
Oh my gosh, he's definitely a 2-sport athlete. Like I'm gonna see if I can pull up that buzzer beater. I've seen it. He is legit, like certified.
Do you think him and Malachi can actually go toe to toe on the basketball team? Because I've seen Malachi play. He's a high flyer. I think Malachi just needs to work on his shooting touch as far as on the outside, but his mid range is good, but he's also a high flyer.
Can you see that? Let me
Let me
see.
move my back. Let me move the banner out the way.
Okay. This is Isaiah Spencer. This is his second buzzer beater, I think, in the last two
Yeah,
weeks.
last 2 weeks.
He is definitely legit. So I think for the Jackson State men's team that hopefully they'll compete well in the when maybe they might not be SWAC champs, but they might have a chance to really pick up steam when they go to are they playing in Alabama for the SWAC
SWAC tournament
yeah
is in Alabama. Yes.
okay, so I think that if Coach Mo can adjust it so that when he gets a lead, he keeps it, no doubt in my mind that they would be able to beat the SWAC because they've had some very impressive leads. It's about maintaining it. And I think with Isaiah Spencer possibly being on that roster and then maybe even a Malachi Wideman, that would be a great addition to Jackson State's basketball team. Of course, it might get a little murky because we definitely are expecting to go to the Celebration Bowl. So they're going to miss a lot of practice to be able to get, transition. But I definitely think they would be some great additions to our team.
Right. I think so. I think it can. I think it can happen too. My whole thing is as long as TC is down for it and Coach Mo is down for them to play 2 sports, it should be no problem. And I know Coach Mo is like, if you get an Isaiah Spencer and a Malachi Wyman on the basketball team, he understands that, okay, they are about to play. They are football players because they have scholarships in football. They're going to come on and walk on for the, basketball. That's the whole thing that you want to, that you would want to do. So, yeah, the SWAC basketball tournament should be it'll be in Birmingham, Alabama. And I understand the reason why Mr. Ford wants to have it somewhere else because I feel like Birmingham won't. You don't really get too much going on with Birmingham. But like I said, I digress. All right, so we are done with the basketball. Talking about the basketball. Again, let's before we get into other things, before we get to the meat and potatoes, like I said, I am going to try to get. I am still in talks with the SID for Chicago State to talk about the possibilities of having football on the south side of Chicago at Chicago State University. Now, everybody knows Chicago State is not an HBCU, but it is damn near 80% predominantly Black. I feel like they need to go ahead and give them that recommendation. And also, this is what I see.
I don't know, they do have it. I'm going to have to go check the actual website, but it does say that it is an HBCU. But I think I think that they name it is a predominantly Black serving institution.
Right.
I think that's how they do it. Kind of like we say PWI for a predominantly white institution, they'll call it a PBI, predominantly Black institution.
Well, all I know is I'm gonna just say it just like this. It's on the south side of Chicago. They ain't had no football on that side of town, college football on that side of town in years. It's been a minute. I know a lot of people is not on that side of town. They don't care about Northwestern football because Northwestern football don't really do too much. Northwestern football don't really do too much. So um, it's good. It will be good. It'll be great to have that to come on this side of town. Then those kids that actually are from Chicago that play football in Chicago inside the city limits. We talk about inside the city limits. They can actually stay at home. They can actually stay at home and show out in front of their people. So what I read about that is that, like I said, they have a exploratory committee that's headed by the school president, Dr. Z. Watson. And with this committee, they have a couple of people that actually won Super Bowls. They have NFL. They have a Chicago Bear great and Otis Wilson on this committee. Also, Otis Wilson still stays in Chicago. They also have a couple of people that have businesses around the area of the school that is on this committee, because you got to understand, when you bring football to a school, it's going to actually help benefit everybody around that surrounds that school. And the reason why I say that is because we have it in Jackson, but because let's say we have almost 8 colleges and universities around that's inside the city limits of Jackson. It's kind of, I don't know, say it's kind of hard, but it's kind of hard to try to pinpoint just when it's for Jackson State football, because you also got Mississippi College, you got Belhaven, you got Millsap, you got Tougaloo. They don't play football, but you also got Hines Community College in Utica. You have also another hour and a half. You have Valley, Alcorn, which is an hour away.
Delta State.
So like you have all these schools within like a 2-hour range from Jackson, and because our stadium is on the uptown, where I would call it State Street, in that area, it's kind of hard for businesses to try to just target just Jackson State games. Now, like I said, I took my hiatus from Jackson State. I went to a PWI at Stephen F. Austin in Nacogdoches, and don't ask me how you pronounce that name. Don't ask how you spell that name. Just say Nacogdoches. But it is, when the school is in the center of the town, everything around that centers around the university, they support that damn school. So like on Saturdays, you might not think that little stadium that they have don't fill up. Trust and believe, if that team is good, that stadium is filling up. If that team is bad, that stadium still is going to fill up. So it would be something like that, and all you will see is purple and white SFA flags going down the main street, going down the back street, just everywhere. Any business that's around the school, they're going to support the school. And it's something the reason why I say that is something that Chicago State can have, because they can have all the businesses support the school and football. So that's a good thing. I mean, but that would be a great thing to do. If the president approves of the pros, because it's going to be some cons with it too. There's going to be some cons with it, especially when it comes down to money. When it comes to money,
I shared an article about it.
Yeah, when it comes to money, that will probably be the con right there. Where are they going to get this money from? That's the main thing that they're going to think about. So But
they're trying to go straight to Division 1.
Oh yeah. They're going to go to Division 1, but it's going to be an FCS.
So they've already done a feasibility study.
Mm-hmm.
So that's already been done.
Yep. Hey, Edwin, yep, Natchitoches and Nacogdoches, yep, they're Indian names. They are Indian names. And the funny thing about that, Edwin, they're 100, they supposed to be 100 miles apart from each other. And the real crazy thing is they play Nacogdoches, Stephen F. Austin and Northwestern State, which is a school in Natchitoches, Louisiana. They play they call it the Battle of Chief Caddo, which is a 7'6", big ass tall statue of a Caddo Indian.
And they're actually smaller with enrollment than Bethune-Cookman. So they have about 2,300 students, which is a little bit less than Bethune-Cookman.
Right. But most of they can actually get more students to come into that school too. But I feel like they're gonna do a lot of things around for Chicago State. But here's the thing. Remember when the MEAC was losing when they lost the Florida schools, right? They lost A&T, they lost Hampton, they lost Winston-Salem State.
So would they be in the MEAC? Or what?
The Chicago State wanted to go to the MEAC. They was trying to go into the MEAC for basketball. The MEAC only has two teams. They only have two schools that just basically basketball, which is Coppin State and Eastern Shore. Now, that was a crazy thing because I'm like, if you don't get them, you have that Chicago State, you get that Chicago market. I don't care what anybody says. That Chicago market is a must to have. It is a must to have. And then people say, well, what about the travel? Y'all already had troubles with the travel anyway. You still gotta take a trip all the way to Delaware to go play Delaware State in the cold in November. So it ain't nothing wrong with you taking a flight to Chicago to play a team down there. So now basically, if you already had the feasibility study, you got your exploratory committee, right? If the president says yes, they'll fill the football team by fall of 2025. Ms. Lexus, I went to school at Jackson. I am from Dallas, Texas. I'm from Dallas, Texas, but I got a lot of people that's from Mississippi. Got Brookhaven, Greenville, Boca Chica. I got people from almost everywhere in Mississippi. Utica, yeah. Like Russell, I'm on the real. I would actually get that area. I would actually go back once Chicago State gets a football team. I'm actually going back to picking them up. Like for real, it is an untapped in Israel. It's an untapped area. South side of Chicago. Who else would have the south side of Chicago? Because Northwestern ain't going to the south side of Chicago. You from Utica? Oh yeah. Yeah, because they need the money. That having that is the best pro to have right there for a football team because you're going to get the money from the football, and you can fund the rest of the athletic program. What you read right there, Tamana?
That's a lot of, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a good step. It would definitely revitalize the MEAC, maybe. You think they would go to the MEAC?
Yeah.
They should. It does say that the soccer, they had it does say that they did have some type of team and they ended up getting rid of it. And they do have an enrollment decrease. So, it says the university baseball team was cut 2 years ago.
Right.
But they've added a men's soccer team. I think that football teams definitely would generate some revenue, and then also there's possibly maybe a matchup that could start, from that. Maybe South Carolina State might play Chicago.
Yeah.
Instead of playing Clemson or South Carolina. Get some type of bowl going.
They need it. They need it. They need it. Hey, Kevin, you say you from Brookhaven?
Hey, Jay Blue.
Jay Blue, what's up, Jay Blue? My pops was born in Brookhaven, lived on the west side of Chicago, and then moved.
Mr. Haynes gonna talk about it. The MEAC is okay with 8 teams. Let Chicago State come in.
Y'all need more teams, bro. Y'all is dying out there, and if Mr. Ford was on the show right now, he would tell y'all would be dying out there.
I don't know why the MEAC is trying to be choosy.
I don't know why they try to be choosy either, but y'all need it.
Don't do that. That will increase your brand, and it'll also increase your market.
It's another bill.
Listen, we trying to get this water. They have
ain't worried about the water. I would rather keep the stadium right there at the vet.
I don't know. When Ken Clark he went to the Rose Bowl and he showed me that stadium, and I'm just like, the Rose Bowl stadium made the vet look like the Taj Mahal. Okay, the Rose Bowl stadium made Jackson State look like Taj Mahal. It is.
So you said the Rose Bowl stadium is worse than what the vet looked like?
Oh my! I mean, you go look at the pictures. I
ain't had a chance to look at his stuff.
Oh, well, let me see if I can just pull up. Just like I said, is that their stadium? And y'all are over here complaining about Jackson State Stadium. Oh no, They're like, really? Y'all are complaining. Their stadium is. I'm just saying, for them to have all that money, it's not anything to brag home about. It just was not impressive.
And y'all, this is the home of UCLA.
I mean, what I'm saying is, if you're going to, once again, I think that it's interesting, and something that probably needs to be done is maybe I need to look at some more of these. Now, mind you, these type of schools, they have millions and millions and millions of dollars at their disposal, and this is what their stadium looks. It made the vet look like the Taj Mahal. I was like, okay, outside of us not having a larger press box, I was like, I'm not impressed. And I definitely don't hear them complaining about it either. Now, if we got a new Jumbotron and we fixed maybe the press box, and then we did the VIP seats, and maybe colored the sections so that it's like blue and then white and then blue and then white and then blue and then white, and upgrade the food stands, that's enough. That is enough, especially after I saw that.
Aaron, what's going on with TC? What's up with TC? So let's get so that I mean, but that would be the best thing right there for Chicago State to have football. Like I I would accept it. I would allow it. I would actually watch it. So, all
Don't
right.
get let in the MEAC. Are they going to be independent? I really think for them to survive, they really need to latch on because they're a predominantly Black institution. They really need to latch on to the culture because I just feel like those type of games, it would add to it. Is this their, they have a nice basketball.
Who are you talking about? UCLA?
No, Chicago State. They
Oh
have
yeah.
a very nice facility. What I'm saying is that if you're going to take this venture to go branch out into football, making that switch to the MEAC will definitely add to their culture. Like, we go against such and such and we go against such and such. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely would add to it. And then, as long as the stipulations are right, they can have bowl games or whatever they need to do. And they, like you said, that the Chicago local businesses would support
They
these.
will boom it. And I bet you the thing is they'll give that to the school also too. Because it's in the area. But yeah. Let's jump to these Twitter. Let's jump in these Twitter streets right here, Timona, cause my dear, ma'am, you was on Roland Martin's head this whole weekend.
Oh, I thought
this whole week. If y'all had not been on Twitter, Timona is not backing down from Roland Martin whatsoever. She is not backing down. What we say, she is with the shits.
I thought we was talking about Jackson State trending.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be trending, but we still gonna talk about all this stuff right here. So let's talk about Jackson State trending. Why? Let's talk about Jackson State trending first. Why is Jackson State trending all of a sudden, as always? What's going on?
Well, we are dropping them back to back to back to back to back. Like I think there's been at least 3 big commits today, and it doesn't look like they plan on slowing down anytime soon because people that are with the staff in the football program, they keep telling us that there's more about to come or stand by. So one of the commits we got, JUCO All-American transfer offensive lineman Deandra Towns Blue. He's from Lackawanna College. That's this. I want to say, is that the same one?
Nugget and Nugget and Peanut.
So Nugget he committed.
Cause they.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying when y'all talking about we on their head, What's up?
Antonio Gadden, he committed he's a Pearl River JUCO wide receiver transfer. Say we also got a defensive end. Pretty sure. Oh, defensive line right here. Braxton Barney. He's from Madison Central High School. Now, remember when we were talking about the change that we're going to see with TC Taylor and his ability to recruit from home.
Right.
And we are seeing that a lot of these kids, these are blue blood programs that Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and some out of state programs, they go to some of these schools to get these kids. And we're seeing them come to Jackson State. Let's see. Also have Christian Walker. He's an offensive lineman as well. 6'5", 260 pounds. He's from Lithuania, Georgia.
Lithuania.
Lithonia? Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's Outcast right there.
It looks like we got 2 O linemen, 1 wide receiver, and then 1 defensive line.
Now we did say we were going. He did say we were going to shore up that offensive line. He did also say we were going to get that defensive line settled too. So it's not like it's not like the man was lying when he said he was going to do what he going to do.
And Christian Walker, he's a center. So that we lost Zach Bro. I don't know exactly what happened, but he made a post basically saying thank you, Jackson. So basically I guess he was letting it be known that he's no longer on the team.
Okay.
He did that probably a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
So I guess he's no longer on the team. Yep. So he made that announcement and haven't really seen anything else about Zach, which I saw him on campus, so I don't know what happened. When he made that announcement a couple of weeks ago, he just said, "Thank you, Jackson."
Oh, I see this. Coach Mark Perry. He said Jackson State football first 4 games. So you already know August 26th. That's 0 week. That's South Carolina State in Atlanta. MEAC SWAC challenge.
Oh, we're trying to get it back in blood. That's what, like, people keep saying, but I definitely feel like that Celebration Bowl 2.0 kind of, because it's in Atlanta.
Oh, Zach. Mario said Blue said Zach. He might test the water. He might be back, but you gotta realize too the transfer.
I will let you guys know that the Jackson State, like the coaches, they not playing that dip in the water and come back. They really not playing like that because they want people who want to be there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's not no half stepping. And there's a line out the door for players who want to play. There's a line out the door for players who are waiting for an opportunity to play from all over the country, and they're itching for a chance to become a Jackson State Tiger. Mm-hmm. So I think, like, some of these players, now I can't speak to why they chose to enter the portal or if I feel like it's a better fit. But as far as brand recognition goes, like some of these places like Idaho State or what's another one? Just some of these, the brand recognition is kind of off as far as if you're moving. Now, if you're moving away because you want to be closer to your family or maybe it's
understandable.
I can understand that. But if you're moving because you feel like it's better or there's a better opportunity for you at that school, brand wise, I just don't see a lot of the schools that I see these kids going to and visiting. I don't see where the brand recognition comes in.
Right. But if Zach come back, I think he'll take him back because he is a catalyst for.
He is Zach. Now Zach was definitely a starting center, and he was very he was like his play. It was the same way throughout the whole season. So there weren't times where he was, messing up. So he is that's a central part of our offensive line. Evan Henry, which is right next to him, they played together at ULM. They already have that bond built. But I will say that there are some people who they jumped in the portal and they don't get that extension to come back.
Right. And I understand the reason why he's not getting the extension to come back, because you got to look. There's other players that actually wants to come here and play. And then we also got players on the team that actually are itching to play. So if you're going to stay, you need to, you know what I'm saying? You need to stay. You need to let.
You want to leave, baby? Go ahead and walk out the door.
Hey, she say, hey, if you gonna leave, you can leave, but just be mindful that it's not going to be the same once you walk out the door.
I mean, every position for
It's
me
up for grabs.
it's an upgrade. Like we see the QB room. It's very competitive. I feel like when Coach Prime and uh, Bartoloni, when they chose like who was going to be their quarterback, they chose people who wouldn't necessarily fully challenge Shador. Like they were competent enough to be a quarterback, but were they going to be able to challenge Shador? I feel like when I'm looking at these videos that are being put out of the quarterbacks and their little running routes and throwing to the
I think this is Mr. Ford right here coming in.
All right. Yes. We can't have a show without Mr. Ford.
There you go, Mr. Ford.
Uh-oh, Mr. Ford is in the building.
Mr. Ford.
That's when you gotta cue the alarm. Because when Mr. Ford gets in the building, we get down to business.
Let me see if I can get. I think that's just the headphones. Let's see something. Can you still hear me?
Mario, with regard to that O-line being huge, that's very important. The trench play is essential, and number one is beating the SWAC.
Can you still hear that sound box? My sound box?
No, I can't hear it yet.
Oh, okay. You know what? I gotta find something to go with this. Hopefully, I'm gonna try to see what's up with this. Mr. Ford.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mr. Ford.
How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? I'm just listening. I've been listening. I'm hurt about that Zach Bro now. You know I love Zach Bro.
Hey, I got a question for you. For you before we get back on these recruits. How you feel about Chicago State having the possibility of having a football team?
Well, I was listening to you. I basically believe they need to start out NAIA. It would be better for them, and they would have access to some big time athletes if they go NAIA. Excuse me, instead of going trying to come right into the NCAA. I just think it would be better to go NAIA.
Yeah, but they'll probably have enough money. If they get the same type of money that UTRGV is getting, I start off with I wouldn't be in the OVC. I wouldn't be in the
Tennessee
OVC.
State shouldn't be in the OVC. That's been a disaster for almost 40 years now.
I tell you this, the MEAC better go right back up there and sweet talk Chicago State to get them into the conference.
But that's going to be a logistics nightmare. You're trying to get to a basketball game in South Carolina on a Monday or a Wednesday night. That's going to be rough.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Well, you know, when it came to basketball, they was in the Western Athletic Conference for basketball at the time, and then they dropped to independent. But if some conference is going to pick them up. Hopefully, it's going to be a conference that's going to pick them up. And if the president, like I said, if the president approves of it, they'll be playing football by 2025.
Yeah, they probably will.
And so like I said, they'll have enough time to figure out what conference they want to be in, all the players, coaches, and everything, where they'll play at. But to have football on the south side of Chicago and to have your homegrown kids to stay there, that would be the best thing for Chicago State.
Oh, yeah. If you can get – but now here's the thing about Illinois right now in Chicago. They got so many people in Chicago leaving that part of the country and coming to the South.
Yeah.
Because you know it's a lot of them moving to Mississippi, a lot of them moving to Texas. They going to even Alabama to Birmingham. They definitely coming over here to Atlanta. So it's just an influx right now of people getting out of Chicago. White and black, not just black, but white and black. They want to come to the South.
Florida Board of Governors confirms FAMU President Larry Robertson contract extension. Wow.
Did anybody see that? Like I'm gonna pull it up. The CFO or Florida A&M. There's a position that was quietly replaced. I'm gonna pull it up.
Okay.
She was just hired in June, and she
Mhm.
quietly replaced her. I'm getting ready to pull that up.
Yeah, Robinson's shady. He's shady. He's shady.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to. I still wouldn't want him to run my university. I can't.
But yeah, have y'all heard about the Jackson State faculty gave
Yep, I heard
Vote of
he
no
ran
confidence.
vote of no
yeah,
confidence.
but now here's the thing now. In the last 30 years, it was the presidents that ruined Jackson State football program. Started with Mason. He brought in Covington. Covington brought in Bale. Bale destroyed their program. The next one was somebody that I love. Dr. Carolyn Myers brought in that Vivian Fuller, and
Ooh.
she destroyed that football program. So I think the alums, the people need to keep their eye on that now, because I'm telling you, one thing that's historically with Jackson State, if they got a bad president, he destroys the football program. I'm just telling you.
So when I actually did a segment on it, but I decided not to post it because we don't know really what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I read the faculty, basically I read what it was saying,
Right.
and basically they made some I'm going to pull it up for you guys, but basically they said that he wasn't being transparent, and the
Yeah, I saw
governance
that.
university, it's not supposed to be only what the president says. It's supposed to be a shared governance.
Right.
Right.
And so can you put that slide up for the vote of no confidence? It's
This one right here.
yes. So that's the resolution of no confidence. And one thing I do want to mention is that somebody told me that it's not all of the faculty that makes the vote. Basically, it's a faculty senate, which consists
Right.
of the heads of, I think it's every department. So
Uh-huh.
it's almost like there's certain representatives from each department, and they are the ones that cast the vote. It's also interesting to note that he is not the only one that is actually being targeted for the vote of no confidence, which I'm getting ready to pull up the president's cabinet and let you know of some other people that have been named. And they also have been named in this vote of no confidence. So this is, let me see if you can see that. I'm trying to show the other one with the president.
But at the end of the day, the IHL makes all the final decisions about what they do with the presidents of the schools.
That's true. That's true.
It. The IHL is the deciding factor about what goes on with the schools.
And can you pull it to the other page where I can name the
this one right here?
Right. I'm going to name the various ones that also got a vote of no confidence. So it's not just President Hudson that got this particular vote. Now, mind you, President Hudson is a graduate from Jackson State University. He was on staff since 2012, before becoming the president. And we all know that the reason why he became president is because the former president was in some type of prostitution sting.
Yeah.
Bynum. Oh, yeah, that's Bynum.
Yeah, Bynum came from Mississippi Valley.
Yep. They ran Bynum out of Mississippi. Ran him out of Jackson.
They named Research and Economic Development Joseph A. Whitaker. He got a vote of no confidence. Human Resources Robin Pack, she got a vote of no confidence. Business Operations Michael Bolden, he also received a vote of no confidence.
Go down. I want to see Josiah Sampson. Dr. Sampson. That is frat brother right there. Per se. What was his vote?
No, They didn't vote
They
on
didn't
everybody.
vote on it.
I'm
Okay.
just telling you the people that did receive a vote of no confidence, and that was Robin Pack, Michael Bolden, Joseph Whitaker, Dr. Joseph Whitaker, and I want to say, which I don't want to name him until I go back to the vote of no confidence, but I want to say that Howard Brown was also named in that specific vote of no confidence. And basically what that means is that because they don't have any shared governance, they also said something about some homeless people being on
Yeah.
campus.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I guess there was some homeless people that were breaking into some of the buildings and called them vagrants.
Vagrants. Yeah. Vagrants laws.
They were, I guess, so basically a security issue. Now, not trying to play devil's advocate, but I did see a small clip of President Hudson where he was advocating for roughly $10 million to help with security on campus. They were asking him how much do you think it'll cost to implement security, blah 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 blah. They basically wanted to make it kind of like still an open campus but more secure. And he was requesting for $10 million.
So he requested $10 million for.
That's what he was requesting for in order to help with the security, which I need to find that specific little video clip where he's basically pleading a case for why Jackson State needs these funds in order to secure the campus. And he was saying that it was going to cost roughly $10 million. So does Jackson State need to be more secure with their campus?
All the colleges now need to be more secure. All of them.
I mean, I actually go to a PWI and they don't.
Right.
I walk around campus and it's an open campus.
Yeah.
You can't just walk up to somebody and say, "Where's your ID?" That's the thing. Now, if somebody is homeless, I can definitely understand. Or if you have drug addicts on campus, yes, that's definitely a thing. But as far as like, you need to have your ID pinned to your jacket, it's going to be very hard to secure in that aspect. Now, I do know that they usually check IDs and stuff when you're bringing your car on campus.
Yeah. Well, I know here in Atlanta, Georgia State is downtown, and the kids are getting robbed. It's all kind of stuff happening to them because that campus is downtown, and but it's a problem for most urban colleges and universities now. They got to step up as far as security. They don't have a choice.
They also said that they said something about cars getting broken into.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make excuses for it, but I will say this: security cameras, extra patrol, extra staff. We all need.
To me, every school needs that though, and that's not trying to be funny, but every school needs that. Every school needs that, especially if you are in an urban area like Jackson State. You're going to need that.
They have checkpoints, and as far as getting into dorms.
You gotta have a car to get into the dorm, right?
If you first of all, it has to be somebody that's living in the dorm. They have to show their ID, and you have to sign in. You have to sign in with your J number, or you have to leave your driver's license at the front door. And that was back in 2006, 2007. I'm pretty sure it's still men and women dorms, like separate. So with regard to people getting into the dorms, you're not getting into that dorm. You have to go unless you have somebody who's like a RA that's sneaking you upstairs or bypassing protocol. You're not getting into a dorm without passing that front desk and checking in. So my thing is, when people bring up these issues, what is the solvency for that? they need
right. What is
control.
the end result for it? And that's the thing that we need to have right there. What is the end result? What is, I want to say the end all be all, but what is the end result we can have for that?
And I'm wondering if back in 1998, they said that their child is a JSU student. I'm wondering if they can click in and just talk a little bit about how they feel about the safety of the campus and talk about if there's.
You talking about Sonic Boom?
No, it says Dragon 1998. They said
I
have a child on campus, so I'm wondering if they could call in and maybe discuss. Has your child said anything about the security? Do they feel unsafe? And what I have sat in the lobby and noticed an RA doing just that, letting someone in. So, and for that particular thing where, I mean, it's college, and I will say this, that HBCUs with the segregated dorms, or maybe that's a Southern thing, but like at Mizzou, they don't have a woman's dorm and a male dorm. They're just like, you all stay in the same dorm.
You have to.
Well, back when
they towards this way in the South, you guys to have it was segregated dorms. Like,
oh yeah, I think a Tuskegee, the boys' dorms was on one side of the campus and the girls' dorms was on the other.
On the other side.
And I think that has to do more. It has, of course, it's cultural,
Yeah.
What we're going to allow, and which is fine. But you are going to have RAs that are going to break the mold, and they'll let somebody bypass or whatnot. Dragon 1998 says that he hasn't experienced a break-in, and that that the son does feel like the campus is safe, but it's just, if you're having to patrol the whole university and you don't have extra patrolmen, especially at night when these homeless people, which I'm trying to figure out, why would a homeless person come on campus anyway? But anyway,
I mean, because the campus look for food, look for a place to stay. But also you gotta realize too, the I don't know who this is coming up. You have to realize also it's still open. Cause like, let's just say this: when I was there, the street was open. Like, it was, you know what I'm saying? It was an open street. So,
I'm not knocking it. I feel like, that's okay with Alexander Hall. It's all one dorm, but you got girls on one side and you got boys on the other. Yeah, I stayed in McAllister my first year, so that's a woman's dorm, and then I moved to Campbell College. By the way, that was freshly, they were brand new dorms, and they were amazing. So Dragon 1998 says JSU campus is closed off, which I remember there being checkpoints where, especially if you had a car, you had to either have a permit, you had to have your ID to get through, and you need to be telling them where are you going and why are you going there. With respect to homeless people getting on campus and stuff like that, it's definitely the need for extra funding to hire extra staff for break-ins as the such. That's definitely a need for cameras and probably making those areas more well lit. If you look at the football area where there was a lot of break-ins, there's not a lot of lighting there. So what do we know about all those things like lighting and cameras? It all costs money. So hopefully they'll be able to get some extra money so they can increase the security on campus. I don't know if they still have that little, there's like a little, if you stayed in the Palisades, there was like a little walk path behind the science building. And then you could just walk through the little walkway to get from the Palisades to campus.
Yeah, cameras have to be a priority everywhere. I'm bringing my guy Jerome Brooks. Jerome, what's going on, man?
Hey, Doc Holiday, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Welcome
Awesome.
to the show. Can you hear that now, Timona?
Nope, didn't hear it.
Oh, you know what? This sucks. I got a sound bus. I'm gonna take this shit back. No, it's good. But what do you think, man? What you got to add on to it? What year you came to Jackson?
Hey, man. So I came to Jackson State in 2002 as a freshman. Came from Fort Bragg, North Carolina. I was in the Sonic Boom of the South, W.B. Du Bois Honors College, and I currently serve as the chapter president for our Metro Charlotte alumni chapter here in North Carolina. Just wanted to add some context to this conversation. You know, it's really interesting, you know, I guess the dynamic about a lot of campus security, et cetera. You know, of course, as we know, there's a lot of misinformation, you know, put on social media about Jackson State security. And of course, our HBCU community has done a fantastic job doing its due diligence, researching other, you know, PWIs and comparing it to what we have at Jackson State. You know, what's really interesting, man, over the last couple of years, the city of Jackson, well, I shouldn't say the city of Jackson, the state of Mississippi has filtered like millions of dollars into what's called Capitol policing. And that is something that you will find very similar to, I guess, in Washington, D.C. And, you know, with that increase, and don't get me wrong, this is totally separate from JPD. So with the Capitol Police, because there's so much, I guess, ramped up security in downtown Jackson, inadvertently that has moved a lot of the homeless community, et cetera, towards the Jackson State area. And that is why we see this increase in, you know, homeless presence, you know, near and around Jackson State. Kudos to the Jackson State students, especially the Divine Nine. They did a great job of kind of answering that by hosting various, you know, fundraisers, things like that, to feed the homeless around Jackson State's community, to clothe them, things of that regard. But President Hudson, you know, he went in front of Congress and he inadvertently kind of talked about this in reference to campus security in lieu of the bomb threats that affected Jackson State and about 12 other HBCUs a couple of months ago.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And, you know, this is
that where he requested? Is that where he was requesting for the $10 million?
It wasn't just that. It was also increased technology, increased infrastructure, the whole gamut. But all of these issues that we're seeing, they're a direct reflection of a lack of funding. You know, if Jackson State had more funding, I mean, come on, they put like $20 million in the Capitol policing in downtown Jackson. I mean, if we put like a quarter of that into, you know, increasing Jackson State's, I guess you can say, working capital for policing, we wouldn't have these issues. So when you look at a lot of other, I think you mentioned it as well, Doc Holliday, when you look at a lot of other urban universities around America, they have the same issues, but it's magnified times 10. I was listening to another podcast earlier today, a gentleman who lives in Austin, Texas. And he was saying, you know, Coach Simmons, yeah. He was saying, you know, as he walks around or drives around UT, you know, he sees homeless college students, homeless people, you know, sleeping in cars, sleeping on campus on the stairwell. This is something that is plaguing all of our schools. I think this is something kind of newer to Jackson State because in the past, you know, that element was more so centralized to downtown Jackson. I just kind of wanted to get y'all's thoughts, you know, on just the lack of funding that's translated to some of these kind of newer issues for the campus community.
Well, I think it's always going to be about the lack of funding from the state, you know, because the whole thing is we need to have that money right there, and for our kids, because now we got to say our kids, because now we're in the point where we're sending our kids to our actual alma maters and schools that we actually went to, We want to make sure that they feel safe. And that's not just with just at HBCUs, that's at any school now. So you gotta remember and realize you had the years I was in Jackson from 97 to 2001. All right. On and off. I would just say it just like that. You had people like school shootings like almost every probably like 3 or 4 months. You had one that was close at Pearl. That was my freshman year. It shot up the high school. And then you go into the realm of now you got people going on college campuses and doing all this stuff like that. And so after Virginia Tech, on the real, after Virginia Tech, you should have been colleges and universities should have been ramping up security just like that. They should have been getting security ramped up like that because my whole thing is what happened at that school can also happen at your school. And it ain't got to be black or white. You know what I'm saying? It's people ain't, some people ain't wired the same like that. But it's always going to be about what you do because you're in a sense, the mindset is the main thing is keeping the campus safe. Kids go to these schools. They pay your, they pay your budget with their tuition. You should be able to have some sort of adequate security on campus. And if anything happens, like, like shootings and stuff like that, we need to make sure that our campus is secure Absolutely. Regardless. Because all this basically was ramped up from what happened with Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
And they came out with a system like this alarm, like this siren system I seen when I was at SFA. Like after that happened, they put some speakers, big old speakers at the top of the main library on campus. And so if anything happened, it was mainly for school shooting, but they would also use it for like weather situations like tornadoes and stuff like that. But it's mainly used for school shootings. And they would test that almost every week on a Wednesday at 12 o'clock to see if that damn thing was working and to let everybody know, hey, when you hear that siren go off, go wherever you at. You need to go and secure yourself and hunker down until, the authorities, other than the school police, but the actual authorities come to the school.
I just think it's funny how when we say, when we push back on some of these negative stereotypes about, HBCUs aren't safe, they're in the ghetto, there's so much crime. I find it funny how the people who have those negative things to say, when you push back with, okay, so what about Lily White, Colorado, who has all of these break-ins or fights and murders and rapes? What about this? It's, well, we're not talking about a PWI, we're talking about HBCUs. You're always going to, whether it's purposely or subconsciously, you're always going to, if you're not necessarily an advocate for HBCUs, you're going to subconsciously like take a PWI and take a HBCU, and you're going to basically, whatever happens at a PWI, you're going to discount it. But if it's at a HBCU, it's like, oh my gosh, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. And
right.
One of those prime examples is stating that there's crime on campus or making it seem like the campus is unsafe when it's not. It's something that happens at all universities, or mold situation that we see highlighted in
Been
Bethune-Cookman.
talking about all week.
If we say, well, Clemson has mold, and you at University of South Carolina has mold, and Texas A&M has mold, it's like, well, does that make it okay? No, it doesn't make it okay. But as you can see, if it's happening at these universities that have millions and millions of dollars to correct the situation, and they have documented instances where they keep on having mold, then maybe we need to figure out, well, if it's happening at these universities, then there's a possibility that it would happen at a Bethune. And why is it happening? Oh, okay. So now we understand why it's happening, because these older buildings and these older campus dorms, or just buildings, period, they don't have good ventilation.
And not to forget, to your point, Timona, Bethune-Cookman just had 2 hurricanes. So clearly there was some damage to the HVAC systems on their campus. Some of those buildings were offline during that time of rebuilding. So of course there's going to be mold and mildew to accumulate, but for some reason that story is getting brushed aside under the rug. It's crazy.
And it's not a whataboutism. This is an infrastructural issue that affects all universities, Black and white. And it's not mutually exclusive to HBCUs. So how do we bring about solvency? So we need better ventilation systems in these older buildings. So that is one way of rectifying it. And they need to be cleaned. That's another thing that needs to happen.
Right.
So that's the thing. And then I think Dragon 1998 said, my son recently discovered it in his room, and JSU maintenance did address it, because there is facility management. But, and this is a but, because apparently Bethune-Cookman, it's been a reoccurring issue with mold, and
for a while,
and it's been happening for years. And there's a lot of people that said, well, it was happening when I went to school there. It's happening at these same PWIs. It's happening over and over again as well. It happens. You can Google it, and there's I promise you, there's 100 universities that have the same issues as HBCUs, but we're not calling for an audit. We're not calling to shut the school down. So it's not a whataboutism. It's let's give HBCUs the same amount of grace as far as the level of scrutiny that you have, or the negative things that you say about an HBCU, because those are lasting stereotypes. So what is the solvency? Well, they need to hire somebody that's an expert with mold issues. And in order to actually fix the problem, they have to get a new ventilation system.
What you about to say, Mr. Ford?
Well, looking at the economic forecast for 2023, I think the problem is going to be magnified. Like Timona just said, this is not an HBCU problem. This is a national problem. They're saying for the last year and a half, we've been under hyperinflation, which means that everything is 25% too high. It don't make no sense that these eggs cost $9 and $10. And now we got to add all of these people being laid off by these corporations, which is going to filter down. It's kind of like America's shutting down. So it's going to have to be addressed, not only on the college campus, but around America, because you're going to see a lot. The crime statistics are going to go up. They are going to go up. And it's not just on our campuses and those things, but right now, when you look at 2023 from an economic standpoint, it don't look real good. It don't look real good at all.
And I just wanted to share this with you guys, because I think, like Mr. Ford said, it does not look good. And I'm just getting ready to show you where the state of HBCUs is at right now. Can you pull up that particular slide? And what we're dealing with regard to not that one, it's the other one. There we go. So this is called the Historically Black College and University Capital Financing Program. And what this was used for Bethune-Cookman to get out of that big Wells Fargo subprime loan that would have cost
campus apartments.
Correct. It would have cost them $300 million. So what they were able to do is they were able to get a loan for $108 million. Now, this program is mutually exclusive to historically Black colleges and universities. These are loans that have to be paid back. So what is the problem? The problem is the U.S. Department of Education could come up with a loan program, but you can't make sure that we get the funding that is owed to us. That is the issue. If you look at some of these loans that have recently been taken out, it will make your head spin because these universities are owed 4 and 5 times over the loan, but they can't get access to that money. Morgan State University just took out a $65 million loan to renovate campus buildings and deferred maintenance. Fisk University just took out a $34 million loan to construct a new health services and training center and a new student housing facility, 30-year fixed rate financing. Did you guys know that FAMU took out a $125 million loan in 2019?
I didn't hear about that.
It's right here. Florida Agriculture and Mechanical University. Construct new student housing facility, refinance debt, 30-year fixed rate financing. So what is the issue and the problem with this program? The problem that I have with this program is we are not getting the money that's owed to us that we are obligated to get from the state, but they are quick to give us loans. Why are they quick to give us loans? You guys, that to me just screams predatory. If you get in a rut where you have a recession or a reduction,
you gotta pay it back.
You have to pay it back. Why can the Department of Education, you can make a capital financing program, but you can't make sure that we get our funding that's owed to us that we're supposed to get the deferred maintenance? You shouldn't be taking out $100 million loan for deferred maintenance, because you should be able to build new buildings with that.
Right. This boy jumped out.
I know that it's a federal loan, but the federal government can hold the states accountable and say, you're not doing your job. You need to make sure that these state institutions get their money.
All right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, because I'm trying to, because Tamona been in them Twitter streets.
So Tamona, it's like a scheme, right? So what they do is these states, they know that the way that HBCUs and all colleges generate revenue is from, of course, mainly from their enrollment. So what they do is they try to keep our enrollments down by not building new dorms. So they know that as these other colleges are building new dorms, et cetera, their enrollment is growing. They're growing their online capacity as well. So that's additional revenue. It keeps us kind of held down, but the inflation, to Mr. Ford's point, it continues to rise. So therefore, it's like the federal government had to step in, and they knew, I guess the federal government feels like it's too big of a fight to kind of twist the arm of all these southern states to hold them accountable. So they're just like, okay, well, let's just come up with a loan program to provide them with the revenue needed to, the capital needed for deferred maintenance. I feel like what a lot of HBCUs need to do, and I've already, shared this with JSU's administration, the way that we can, of course, increase our enrollment, which of course is going to increase our revenue, is to basically model what Prairie View did. Prairie View was in the same situation that Jackson State was in with the IHL and the state. Of course, they're in the Texas A&M system. So they got with a company called AmericanCampus.com. You guys can look it up. One of my buddies has worked with them for about 15 years. And essentially what they do is they go around the country to PWIs and HBCUs, and they build these massive student apartments that are beautiful. Yeah. And what happens is the company, they actually own the property for the first 3 years, which allows that HBCU to increase its enrollment. And of course, they're going to collect additional revenue from tuition. After the 3 years is up, that company releases the property back to that school. So that's how Prairie View's been able to sustain like 10, 11,000 students over the last decade. And they're going to continue to grow. A&T has done it. A couple other HBCUs done it. But everybody needs to do that right now. Like, we can't sit back and continue to wait for the state to provide us with the funds to build new dorms. And let's be honest, this generation, most of them don't want to live in dorms. They rather live in a student apartment because that's what the lifestyle that's been afforded to them. So just kind of wanted, to throw that in and see what you guys thought about that.
Well, FAM has bought 2 apartment complexes, I think, in the last year and a half, right? Haven't they bought 2 apartment complexes?
Yeah. Hey, Jerome, if you really think about, my echo's kind of, if you really think about it, when I was at SFA, that same company, American Campus, they actually built some apartments off campus. It's called the Grove. And so, like I said, what they do is they send like the kids when they go and move in, they take a portion of what supposed to be when they go live on campus. They take that portion, and what the apartment complex would be take the portion of how much they would get out of their tuition and pay for their apartment. And then another thing is, it's not even like you have your own apartment. You living with 3 other people inside of the same apartment. So you got, it's just like if you was in a regular dorm, a regular apartment, campus dorm, apartment dorm, where you got your whole living area, but everybody has their own, own said room. You have your own bathroom, you share a kitchen.
The reason why it's going to be so important for them to get this housing is because of the housing market. Like, housing is so, which I think Austin highlighted, that he was staying off campus and his rent was like $1,300. Well, if you have your own facilities, or if you contract out, or I don't know, I feel like buying, like how FAMU bought some old apartments, Jackson State needs to be trying to buy some apartments or buy some old hotel rooms and transform them into student housing, student apartments, or build relationships like it was at the Palisades. So somebody said that the Palisades has actually turned into Jackson State dorms now.
That's correct.
The way that Palisades ran was, it was ran by a separate entity, but what they did is you basically signed some type of documentation, and whenever your whenever your financial aid dropped, it automatically would take that money, and it was like, whether it was $3,000 or $4,000 for the semester, it would automatically be pulled out and given to the Palisades.
Yeah, that's the same thing I was saying about the Grove for Stephen F. Austin. That's the same thing that they did, because there was when I was there was a big housing issue where you still had some of like your upperclassmen, your juniors and your seniors still staying on campus. And some, reason why most of them stayed on campus, because they didn't have a vehicle to actually, move around like that. So it was easy. It's easy for somebody to stay on campus and to be on campus, to where they have a campus, they have a work study job on campus and stuff like that. They're centered around where they at. Now you got those kids staying in those apartments off campus. They have a car, or they could commute, or they can ride a bike on campus, because it's like probably like 1 block away from the back end, like where the intramural fields from the back end. It's like 1 block away, so it's easy for them to get back and forth. Plus, in that same apartment complex, they have all on that same street. You have all the food places, and you have a grocery store. You have actually 2 grocery stores on that side right there, to where it's easy for you to get what what you need. If you got a car, it's a gas station right there on the corner. If you needed to go to like a Family Dollar or something like that, a Dollar General, it's probably like a walk away. It's easy for those kids to get around. it like say with me, I ain't have no car. I wasn't gonna do all that walking back and forth to campus. I stayed on campus. So, but I really, I didn't even trip. And then I also had an apartment off campus where it was literally across the street from the school when I moved out there. So it was easy for me to maneuver around. But I think, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to jump into your point, man. It's so interesting you say that. When I came to Jackson State in 2002, President Mason, he was essentially facing the same issue as President Rennick at A&T. Both of our schools, of course, we were R2 institutions, we still are, and we had a lot of potential moving forward, but we were surrounded by a deteriorating communities. I'll say that. Mm-hmm. They both were good friends. We have a lot of partnerships at the time with A&T, but President Rennick decided to pull the trigger, and A&T, like Jackson State, owned most of that land around the school, and they pretty much cleared all that land, and now we see the fruits of his labor 20 years later of what we see what A&T's campus looks like now. President Mason, he decided not to do that because, of course, it kind of would have been like a political nightmare for him, given that Washington Heights or Washington Addition is back there near the Palisades, et cetera. It's crazy, man, how much improvement that we've had on campus since 2002, but the surrounding area essentially still looks the same 20 years later. I don't see that variable with any other HBCU. And it's time for the city to collaborate with JSU's Urban Development PhD program and get this done ASAP, because everything that you just stated is essentially a campus community, a real campus community. And everything around Jackson State, going all the way down to Dalton, et cetera, Ellis, that should be Terry Road. Absolutely, man. Like all of that should be remodeled by now with all those same amenities that you just mentioned. There's no reason why our students have to go all the way to Walmart Highway 80. Like that's asinine.
I think I looked at the Mississippi bills, like some bills that have been passed or whether or not they died in committee. And I think one of them was basically talking about removing dilapidated houses. And if I remember correctly, some of it died in committee, or so it didn't even make it to do a vote on it. So basically with that, now I know that Jackson State owns a lot of land, but for the land that they don't own, I mean, we see it everywhere with gentrification. They starve the community out, and they hold it there, and then you have a corporation come in and they give those corporation tax breaks and allow them to build up. I don't know what the end game is for the people that are in the House and the Senate, because there's no way that you're going to be able to get rid of Jackson State. But
you just called out the main thing is gentrification, because white people can't live in those suburbs anymore. The gas is going to be too high. They can't save no money. So they basically telling black folk, y'all got to get out and we got to have the city, because that's what's going on in Atlanta. That's what's going on in D.C. White people are basically surrounded Howard University.
What's going on in Dallas.
Yeah, and so that's basically what's happening. They're saying they got that, whereas, in the 50s and the 60s, they moved out of the cities into the suburbs. They can't live in the suburbs no more, so they got to have the cities back. So you use the key word. It's gentrification. That's it. That's what it's about.
Which is systemic, because you have people that are representatives of the House and the Senate at the Mississippi state level, and they are ensuring that we're not able to clear these buildings. They're ensuring that we're not able to remove and bring in our corporations that we want to be building in there. That's what they're doing. And that's why they're stalling so much with this water system and why they're trying to take over. I don't know where the feds are or why they're so quiet, but the feds need to intervene right now, because they're trying to outsource who fixes the water or who's over the water system.
So
here's
I
my
got.
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jake. No, go ahead. Then we're gonna go to another segment.
Okay, I was going to say, Timona, I feel like their end game is they want for gentrification to hit Jackson. If you notice, gentrification has hit every mid-sized to large southern city in the last 20 years. I think Baltimore kicked it off in the early 2000s. We see it a lot here in Charlotte. Jackson is one of the only southern cities that really hasn't hit yet. But from what I'm told by folks who live there still, it's starting to creep in. And I
Yeah,
think to
it's
your
coming.
point, yeah, oh, this definitely coming.
It's
And
coming.
it would behoove Jackson State for all this land that they own around the university to really hunker down in that space, because I would hate to see uh, happen to Jackson State what has happened to Johnson C. Smith here in Charlotte,
Charlotte,
the AU
definitely.
Center. You know what I'm
Freedom
saying?
Drive,
Yeah,
it's actually amazing. I moved out of Charlotte after my son was born, but it was amazing to go on that campus just from 2011 even to 2017, 2018.
yep,
All around the campus are huge houses. Mind you, they got these huge houses, the space for pennies on the dollar, because they
yep.
were all dilapidated houses. And now
Mm,
they're just huge, big houses, and they're worth millions and millions of dollars because of due to inflation and overinflating the real value of the homes. But it freezes out. Whereas you might have lived right off campus, now you can't even live off campus. You
right.
can't.
And
Well,
that's my fear for Jackson State.
anyway.
Yeah, that's definitely my fear for Jackson State. And that's why I really want, JSU legal and just the whole administration to make sure that we're straight. We don't turn into Johnson C. Smith or Howard or what's going on at AUC in Atlanta. But I definitely feel like they're kind of stalling, like you mentioned, because of gentrification. They want to just kind of hold out long enough to allow that wave to hit Jackson.
Well, once they drive up the property taxes and the local taxes, that's when gentrification. Because what they do is, the taxes get so high you can't afford it, especially fixed income residents. That's the beginning of gentrification. That's what they did here in Atlanta. They drove up the property value, and then these people who had lived in places like Kirkwood, which were old black neighborhoods, they couldn't afford to live there anymore, so they had to move out. And that's the beginning. They used the tax system as the beginning of gentrification.
Well, man, it's the thing about that is, man, it's gonna be a fight for about that, with gentrification, eminent domain, and stuff like that. But now, Miss Timon, what's going on? You've been out there fighting. You've been out there fighting. You've been fighting the good fight with going up against Roland Martin, about all people. Roland Martin, what is going on with that? Because I know you said you got some things to tell me about that. You couldn't really say it because I was, saying out to eat at the casino and stuff like that. But what is going on? What's going on?
I don't know. I just feel like Roland Martin's an opportunist when it comes to the Bethune-Cookman
Thank
situation.
you. Thank you.
Because Mr. Ford, I swear to God, she been out there. It's a lot of y'all that was out there that was campaigning, saying that it's more to the situation for Bethune-Cookman, and now you're gonna wait to go down there in February. February, first week of February, because you got some awards to get. But forget that. Go down there now. You should have went down there last week.
That's prolonging the situation. The solvency, and where is the solvency in the end game here? What are you having a town hall for about mold in Bethune-Cookman when you have mold in Texas A&M? Why don't you focus on your own institution that you love to brag about, and you have a platform? There's students over there getting sick from mold. I just think he's an opportunist. And I don't like the way that they speak about HBCUs, and I don't like the context that they do it in. Now, as far as the students and the moms and them coming on and sharing their experience, you have a right to do that.
Yeah.
Let's get some solvency. So the first thing that was kept getting shoved down our throats is Ed Reed this, Ed Reed that. Ed Reed is not coming back. He's not going to be the head coach. And that's just not happening. It's not going to happen. So let's move on from that. Now, let's talk about solvency. Bethune-Cookman had a town hall with students and NFL players and then Alvin Wyatt. And I'm getting people saying, oh, they're just doing that for show. Oh, they're just trying to settle them down.
Yeah.
Like, what is it that you want them to do? Like June 2022 is when the current interim president, Dr. Drake, he took over in June of 2022. In 2018, some of the Bethune-Cookman Board of Trustees stepped down. Do I think that the Alumni Association should be recertified? Yes.
Yes.
Do I think that the Board of Trustees needs to be held accountable for some of the issues? Yes. Do I give them a pass for the amount of time that they get some of these situations fixed because of the hurricane and the FEMA funds? Yes. And judging by the amount of people that have continuously said they've been having issues, they've been having problems, where was all the fake outrage when all of this was happening?
Mm-hmm.
They gave us her mother talk to child speech. He isn't coming back. Let's move on from that. I mean,
how about you?
I'm just being really, because there's a lot of people who are still arguing if it wasn't for Ed Reed. So if you want to give Ed Reed credit for exposing it and causing a big national, it says this is not a town hall. That's not a town hall meeting. Okay, so it wasn't a town hall meeting, as this is a Bethune-Cookman situation. These are Bethune-Cookman students. This is Bethune-Cookman administration. So that's who they need to answer to, not Roland Martin, not Off Script, not SheLovesThee, not SWAC OverDrive. They don't have to answer to us. Are we going to cover it because we are a podcast? Yes. Is this something that's in the media? Yes. But Roland Martin was like, oh, the Board of Trustees, they won't come and talk to me. It's like,
of course they're not going to talk to you.
Why would they come talk to you?
They're not going to talk to you. I even talked to Mr. Crossman. I texted him because I was supposed to do my show with him on Friday afternoon after I finished with Sylvester Morris. But at the time, I kind of looked at the time and I got caught up because we would get ready to go out of town. So I told him, I'm like, look, I will get back with you next week to see if we can kind of go about against, go talk about this. And I know he said, I just want to understand what's the issues as far as what you think was going on at Bethune-Cookman, because you sit on the Board of Trustees. That's the thing. But he's not going to be able to say too much of anything because the higher power, Judge Belvin Perry Esquire, Junior Esquire, is the head honcho. So he's going to be the one that... You're
not going to get a Board of Trustees to answer to you. You're not going to get Alabama Board of Trustees to answer to you about their mold problems. You're not going to get Clemson's Board of Trustees or president to go onto your podcast and answer questions. It's just not going to happen. They're going to...
it's not going to happen.
They're going to release a press release. There's a pecking order with regard to talking to people. That's just how it is. So, I mean, for him to think that these people have to talk to him as if he's CNN, you're not CNN. And people keep on talking about it's about the kids. It's about the kids. Let me tell you why I know that it's not necessarily about the kids for 99% of the people who have negative things to say about Bethune-Cookman and who are doubling down on the Ed Reed situation. They said Ed Reed was getting ready to bring billionaires to the school to do X, Y, and Z. Well, if it's about the kids and they really care about the kids, they should still be able to make these donations. Well, no, they're not making the donations. They're making it because of Ed Reed. Listen, if I was a parent, I'm taking over. And you have that right. But I promise you, these parents, this is not their parents' first time hearing about mold.
I just want to jump.
Go ahead, Jerome. I'm sorry. I keep saying somebody said that he had Shaquille O'Neal, but I'm like, his mom was on the board of trustees, so it really don't. So you really can't say anything about that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You know, for him to say he's got all these folks lined up, as we know, Shaquille O'Neal's mom is an alumna. Vince Carter. He has great ties, you know, to Bethune-Cookman. Yeah. There's so many superstar African Americans who have ties to that school. I don't feel like that was, as the young folks say, I feel it was all cap. I don't know how y'all feel, but I just feel it was all cap. He didn't really have folks, you know, lined up. That's just something that folks say on their way out. I do want to just, you know, mention, kind of diving deeper into that conversation, two quick things. The state of Florida has a huge population. It generates a whole lot of revenue every year, from tourism to industry, et cetera. Why does the state of Florida only have one public HBCU? I feel like that is a barometer of how racist that state is. And the only reason why they have a state public HBCU is because FAMU is land grant. The same way with the state of Tennessee, the same way with the state of Arkansas, the same way with the state of South Carolina. That's a barometer of the level of racism in those states, that you only have one public HBCU, and the only reason why is because they're land grant. So I feel like that's ground zero number one. Bethune-Cookman, a long time ago, in my personal opinion, should have been made a public HBCU. But number two, now that they are where they are, it's time to have a tough conversation because of their leadership. And we all know there's issues at BCC or BCU are longstanding. And I really don't feel like they should stay where they are. What I mean is athletically. And a lot of people questioned it when McClellan, you know, brought both of the Florida schools in. It's a tough conversation, but it has to be had for the, I guess, future of the institution. Does BCU need to remain a Division I school? Or
let me say this though. It feels me, if I'm looking at Charles McClellan, my first thing was I'll take Florida A&M because it's closer to your next university, you know what I'm saying, next university, which is Alabama State. Also, I would have took Tennessee State before I would have took Bethune-Cookman. What can Bethune-Cookman what can Bethune-Cookman do to bring whatever type of, you know what I'm saying? What can they do? I mean,
they've asked Tennessee State a million times, and a million times they've turned them down. Now, the thing you have to realize with Florida A&M was not going to lose that Florida Classic. They were not going to lose that Florida Classic. That's too many millions of dollars on the table, and contracts have been signed. So if you take FAM, you didn't have a choice. You got to take Bethune. You didn't have a choice. That's what I'm saying. This whole thing about whether or not Bethune is going to play Division I football, they don't have a choice. They got a 5 or 6 year contract with the Florida Classic.
Well, then whoever those sponsors are, they need to bring about solvency. Like, if you're saying that you're getting this much money and you're making this much income, you're going to have to help this school, because anybody who's listening, if you go to my page, I have a 3-part series where I break down some of the reasons why. Now, there's always been issues, but from 2016 on up, we have the taxes. Basically, when they filed their taxes, it came out they lost $18 million from the 2016 to the 2017 tax period, and in 2018 they lost, I think, 10 million. So it was a total of $28 million. And when people talk about it, they say, oh, Bethune-Cookman lost money. They didn't lose money. They had they had more expenditures than they did revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was a nursing scandal. And with that nursing scandal, half of the 2017 graduates failed the national exam. So they put them on probation for that. Then you had the subprime loan come in that was worth $300 million. And so in all of this, Board of Trustees, some of them stepped down in 2018. Then you have multiple presidents from 2018 to 2022. I think they had what? 3 presidents?
Yeah, and they always interim.
So when we talk about what can we do for solvency, the thing is SAC's accreditation, when you look at their website and it tells you about how to get reaffirming, one of the main goals is that learning is central to getting the accreditation, which means all that extra stuff that y'all are talking about, football, basketball, whatever sports you have to cut the budget because you guys are spending too much money and you're not getting enough revenue. So for SAC's accreditation, which they were going under from 2020 up into 2022, they had to cut their budget. Well, then COVID happened. When COVID happened, the whole athletic department was furloughed. And the football program was furloughed for 8 months. And that's when you seen the exit of Mr. Ford, that AD that you were talking about, that was there for 31 years.
Yeah, Lynn Thompson.
So he exited. Then you had the, I guess, the women's basketball coach. Yeah,
she left.
She left. And everybody was being either furloughed or fired. So now you have a complete wipeout of the athletic department. So that's why HBCU Game Day came out with an article that said that Bethune-Cookman is setting them up to failure because they cut out $700,000 from the marching band and then $1.3 million from the football. So this is where you see all of these cuts taking place, but they had to do it because if they don't, they lose their accreditation. So that's why you see a total complete wipeout of the athletics department. Is that an excuse for students to be sharing helmets? No, but I want to actually speak to the person who was switching helmets. I want to talk directly to him and ask him, because you hear a lot of people saying, yeah, we were sharing helmets. And then you ask them, well, don't you have 3 or 4 different types of helmets? And they say, yeah, but we don't have it for that color scheme. So it's like, why are you wearing that helmet then? If you guys have sufficient helmets for certain color schemes, why are you wearing helmets and outfits that you don't have it? Like, why are you doing that? And then just the way that they've been living and the conditions that they've been living under or playing in, they're saying that they didn't say anything because they thought that that's how it was supposed to be.
And watching that, look, when you sent me that video with the former players and the AD with Reggie Thiers and the president there, and then you had the former players, and then you had the former head coach Shine Wyatt that was there. To me, I don't know. I looked at it and I looked at it as a show, because here's the thing. What you sent me, right? First of all, how are you as Bethune-Cookman going to get $3 million to build a locker room in which the stadium that you play in is owned by the city of Daytona? Or are you going to place these locker rooms on campus and do also a revamp of the locker rooms at the football stadium? Like I said, who the stadium is owned by the city. That ain't even Bethune-Cookman Stadium. They play at a high school stadium.
And that's not to no fault of their own. They are locked, they do not have enough room to build a stadium. To that, I would say they said they'll have it by August. I feel like it's a tall order. If I was the president and the AD, what I would have said is, we're listening to you and we're going to go to the drawing board and we're going to come back with some results. Because they're saying that, for me, I would think that just the small things getting rectified would be monumental, which is a building, like say even that building where there's all that storage, if they can get that building repaired and make that where they can house the equipment and, just utilizing the spaces that they already have, renovating that particular space. It's a tall order to tell somebody that you're going to get this $3 million and build a new field and a track and field, because unless they're getting the money from outside sources, which when you say that it's a show, I don't think that NFL players that went to Bethune-Cookman, that have reverence for Bethune-Cookman, would come to their school and put on a show.
And that's another thing that is another thing me and Mr. Ford said something about. Where was these former players, Rasheem Mathis, Nick Collins, where was these former players at when you knew that your school was the school that you had this much love for? You get what I'm saying? You got this much love for this. I
don't feel like they knew it was that bad. I really don't think they knew that it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. You still can't hear you.
They said that they had locker rooms and that it was destroyed. So who knew that it was destroyed unless you're on campus?
Yeah, but I don't know. But here's the thing about, and this is the thing, I'm still going to say this about the president. If you said you didn't know, well, of course, you probably wouldn't know about them sharing helmets. You just found out about that this week, this week. But if you knew, you said you went to every game and you knew the conditions that the team was playing in, should have been done.
Did Bethune-Cookman even get to play in their in that facility for the whole season? If I remember correctly,
not this season.
So that means that he got here in June 2022. School starts August 15th, mid-August.
Yeah.
By September there's a hurricane, and then in November there's another hurricane, and they're on for a month and a half. All of the athletes are across the country, going to different places, staying at the relative institutions where they're playing, eating in their place. Like, they were literally on a tour for that time. And when he says that he was at the games, he might have meant that he was at the games out of town. He came into, any president that comes into Bethune-Cookman, you're going to step into some hot shit, period. And I'm trying to figure out, what is people's end game? If you got here in June 2022, what is it that you want to see being done as far as the administration? What is it that you want to see done? Everybody's saying an excuse. What are some tangible things that can be done that's within Bethune-Cookman's means? Mind you, they still have the hurricane. They still have dilapidated buildings that have gotten structural damage that probably has, we talk about mold and mildew. They probably have seaweed growing out of it now that have not been fixed. So what exactly is it that you want Bethune-Cookman to do? And what is the timeline that you're giving them? What is the timeline? Are you giving them 6 months? Are you giving them 9 months? How long are you giving them? It doesn't make sense for me personally. It doesn't make sense to go get if it's coming out of Bethune-Cookman's pocket. Now, if somebody's donating, yes, but it doesn't make sense for me, for Bethune-Cookman to go spend $1 million on a practice field when you have a building that has a crack in it.
And you got all this other stuff going on. And then another thing too, and here's the whole thing. Why would you admonish the players that's there now talking about you went 2-9, you didn't do anything, you didn't do what you're supposed to do. It's a give and take. Like, bro, if you really think about it, they was on a damn near barnstorming tour of the SWAC the whole year. They probably got one game over at Daytona at that stadium, and every other game that they played in they was basically on the road. The only game that they played close to their home was when they played Jackson State in Jacksonville. And Bethune-Cookman got to keep that money because it was considered a Bethune-Cookman home game. And they did that before the Hurricanes even came through. So, but my thing is, if you're talking about, well, you was 2-9, you was garbage. I'm like, bro, come on now, chill. They was on the road. But here's another thing too. Where's Coach Terry Sims in all of this? Where is he at all of this?
He's fired. I
wouldn't being fired.
I wouldn't show my face. He ain't got to answer no questions. They fired him. Why would he need to answer a question? They fired him. And Terry Sims was doing pretty well before they cut all those scholarships and stuff and gutted the athletic department. He had some pretty decent years at Bethune-Cookman. If I'm Terry Sims, I'm sticking the middle finger up because you fired me knowing that I didn't have the proper funding to fully get my program going. There was a hurricane. You could have gave him another year, and you knew all these problems were going on, and you felt like it was a good idea to bring in somebody else. You didn't even give Sims a chance to bounce back.
Yeah.
As soon as he got in the SWAC, he did not have the funding to get the correct staffing, athletics. They're complaining about nutrition. In that article by HBCU Game Day, they said that one of the top athletic trainers, that he was let go and he decided to go somewhere else. So you basically gutted the program and then proceeded to fire Terry Sims like it was his fault. And then a hurricane happened. Yep. If I'm Terry Sims, I don't need to answer nothing. I'm no comment.
Hey, I think what Bethune-Cookman was looking to do, they were looking at what we were doing at Jackson State, and they already knew they were going to. Yeah, they already knew they were going to fire Terry Sims, and they were like, okay, we see what this marriage between Jackson State and Coach Prime has brought about. I think we can probably duplicate the same. But let me ask y'all, like, and this is kind of abstract, but with Bethune-Cookman, are they like an anomaly in the sense of like looking at all the Division I HBCUs? How many of them are actually like private? And are those issues equivalent to what we see at Bethune? I know we got like Hampton and Howard, but are there any other private HBCUs that, maybe Bethune-Cookman can model after, or are they just like in a situation where they just can't be helped? And I'm talking about leadership all the way down to finances.
Bro, well, with Hampton had the same president for almost 40 years. So he moved President Harvey moved a whole different direction. Howard has, they had a couple of presidents, but with Wayne AI Fredericks, he's brought some sort of stability, but those kids been getting on his head a lot more lately with what was going on with their dorm issues and stuff. I would actually model myself at the Hampton if you really want to go there.
Bethune-Cookman only has like 2,400 students.
I was going to say that too. Yeah,
it's a tall order for when I hear people talk about Bethune-Cookman and they expect it to be on that level, which I don't think Ed Reed did his research.
Right.
It's a tall order for a school with only 2,400 students.
There you go, Claflin.
Held to the same
But Claflin,
standard.
they're D2 and they don't have a football team.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying, are you talking about as far as leadership, or are you talking about as far as athletics, football, basically?
Both, because see, it's a different. I know Scotty mentioned, Claflin, this and that, but they're D2 and they don't have a football team. And as
so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's a huge budget, so they can save all that money that goes towards that large endowment and to build, facilities. But with the Bethune-Cookman having a football program, and not just having a football program, being so far away from the rest of your conference, whether it was in the MEAC or the SWAC, it's a different conversation. And I think
they're trying to compete on the same level as Jackson State and FAMU, and it's just not. It's not comparable. 8,000 to 12,000 students versus 2,500. Right, it's like on the outward appearance, you're trying to keep up with the Joneses. So that's why you have 5 and 6 uniforms, which, by the way, the uniforms are beautiful. The helmets are beautiful. But it's like you guys are trying to keep up and have a certain type of reputation with regard to the football, but it's just not there. And I think a lot of that has to do with the reduction in alumni giving because it reduced significantly when they decertified the Alumni Association.
Yeah. When you don't have that central alumni base, right there, you ain't getting no money.
I think oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, not just that, but if I'm not mistaken, like the CME Church pulled their affiliation from the school too. So that's additional revenue that's gone. So, and these are all variables as to, and listen, I love my sister HBCU, but I just kind of feel like you got to know when to hold them and fold them. And at this point, I really do feel like they would be better served to maybe go back to the SIAC. Of course, there's traditional rivals there. Those schools are a lot closer. Albany, Fort Valley, and Tuskegee have large fan bases that travel well, so they'll help you generate revenue at home. But I just don't feel like this is a good fit for them in the SWAC. Even before the SWAC, they just had those standing issues. And to your point, Timona, yeah, they got 2,500 students. And then I just thought about it, comparing that to Howard. Howard's population is like, what, 10,000? Hampton, they're like at 7,000. So it's like they really are.
If they had a lot of the money, like I don't see, which I haven't done my research in that aspect, is seeing does Bethune-Cookman get research grants and what type of institutional advancement do they have in place? Are they getting the research grants? Because Jackson State, one thing they're doing, like you'll see it, they get a lot of grant money through research. That's probably where they get the bulk of their money from, not necessarily from the football program. To that aspect, if Bethune-Cookman wants to continue to have a football program, which I think they were spending like $3 to $5 million on, then it has to be from the alumni has to step up and provide a large amount of that, and then you're going to have sponsors as well. And I know Mr. Ford said that they can't cancel the Florida Classic. So to that point, for any of those sponsors that are sponsoring Florida Classic, you need to sponsor that field. You need to sponsor those locker rooms. You need to sponsor an industrial washer and dryer. Like those are things that need to be sponsored by these various entities. Otherwise, you guys really don't necessarily really care about the kids, because you see that Bethune-Cookman is struggling with keeping their head above water. So if you really want to still see them compete, then you guys are going to need to contribute.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm looking at trying to figure out what this article is right here. from the News Journal, Daytona Beach News Journal, and they have a couple of names that they've been looking at as far as who can coach, come in to coach football team. One name that has been circulating around for the last 2 or 3 years now is Kevin Sumlin. You ain't got to worry about paying too much for Kevin Sumlin because why? He's still getting his money from Texas A&M and from University of Arizona. They had buyout clauses in his contract, so those schools are still paying him. He's not even worried about being paid from Bethune-Cookman. He wants to just go back out there and coach. Raymond Woody. Raymond Woody was Willie Taggart's right-hand man. Wherever Willie Taggart went, Raymond Woody was right there with him. He was at Florida State. He was right there with him. He was at Florida Atlantic. He was right there with him. Only thing is, he didn't go to Colorado with Taggart this time. So he's been in the talks he's been in the talks for being a head coach also. These are just names that's out there. Another name that's out there, Mr. Ford, you might like it, but I don't know if he'll be able to take it, is who we've been talking about over at Benedict, Chennisberry.
You think
Never.
Chennis would leave Benedict to come to Bethune?
Have you seen Benedict's facilities?
Oh yeah, I seen Benedict.
Nice facility.
To be a D2.
So why would he leave?
But it's just the same thing. I mean, I'm just saying. These are names that they said who they've been talking to.
He would be a fool. Listen, they got a stadium. He would be crazy to leave Benedict to go to Bethune. Man, he's got a president that's in it for him. He has a athletic director who's backing him. That would be crazy for him to leave Benedict and go to Bethune. And by the way, for those people who don't know it, he's building a powerhouse at Benedict.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to the transfer portal. They look like a SWAC team.
You got another person that's out there, and you probably know who this is.
You think they could beat Valley?
They could beat Valley. They could beat Pine Bluff. Possibly could beat Alabama A&M. Would give Alabama State a hard time.
They like that.
Yeah, could probably beat Texas Southern. Would give Prairie View a hard time. He's from the SWAC. He was at Southern for many years. He was offensive coordinator. And the same system they were running at Southern, he's running it at Benedict. He's got a gigantic offensive line. I mean, the offensive line is humongous. I'm talking about 6'6", 6'7". Okay?
Mr. Ford, to your point, I honestly feel like Benedict and Fayetteville State are going to be the answer to what the MEAC has kind of been looking for.
Yeah.
Both of those programs, they have excellent facilities. The enrollments are pretty solid.
Right.
The athletics are consistent. I could definitely see both of those schools making a leap to the MEAC in the next 5 years.
Yeah, listen, Benedict has a 200-piece band.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw him 3 times on, wait a minute, was it ESPN Plus? They ruined 3. They came down here and beat Morehouse like they stole something. They went into Albany and beat them unmercifully on their homecoming. And then they beat up Fort Valley on their homecoming.
And beat the brakes off of Tuskegee on the in the SIAC championship game.
Listen,
they said the Benedict quarterback recently went into the portal. And Mr. Moore, I like Valley's new head coach, K. Wade. I'm rooting for him.
Yeah.
Another name that's out there that they said they've been talking to is Archie Denson. Archie Denson used to be former running back Notre Dame. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember him.
I didn't know he was a head coach at Charleston Southern for like 4 years. So
I didn't know that either.
14-22 record, and then they said the 2 sides split in November. So because of the said record, you got to realize Charleston Southern is playing in the Big South. Big South, yeah, the Big South.
Yeah, they had Jamie Chatwell. Jamie left Charleston and went to Coastal Carolina. He's the new coach at Liberty. He took Hugh Freeze's place. Hugh left and went to Auburn.
And then the last name on here is a homer, Ryan Lewis. Ryan Lewis earned his undergrad and his master's from Bethune, so he pretty much knows about what's going on at the school. But those are the names that's out there that they said, and I think this is the same thing that Blue was saying on his show. He said on the show a couple of like a week and a half ago about the names that's been circulated out there for that think they could coach Bethune-Cookman. Kevin Sumlin, because his name is going to be around all the time because he wants to get back into coaching. He don't care about being paid because he's still getting his money from Texas A&M, and he's getting his money from the University of Arizona.
Tell him to be patient and wait on Texas Southern.
I say that too.
Ooh, do you think that the Texas Southern coach is out? I would.
If he doesn't win this year, he's out. He's out. If he doesn't win this year.
That's amazing that you have a quarterback to build your team around, and you have him a stable quarterback for 3 years. Yeah. You still can't build your team. That's absolutely asinine.
They've made some steps. Texas Southern has made some steps, but he got it with him beating Alcorn. And some other games he won, that got him another year because they were looking to cut him this year. But he's got to win next year. If he don't win next year, they're going to get rid of him. Because see, here's the thing. I mean, we got to own admit Texas Southern and Prairie View are underachieving. With all that money they got, with the facilities they got, they're underachieving.
Yeah, they underachieving.
And by the way, Doc, you got a kid down in Duncanville they talking about. Do you know this kid, this basketball kid?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, didn't he make McDonald's All-American?
You talking about from where he go to school at? He's still in high school?
He's at Duncanville. He's supposed to be one of the top kids in the country.
Oh yeah, I think he should be making McDonald's.
Yeah, because they did their thing this week. They released their roster this week.
Okay, so if he made a McDonald's, they Duncanville, they're on a barnstorming tour because they won't be able to go to the state playoffs because of what had happened with one of the previous players and stuff like that. His mom dating the coach.
Yeah,
and he moved out of district. He moved out of district to come play for him. And they actually all lived together, but the boy's dad was being a hater, and basically like blew that up right there.
He snitched. He snitched on his.
Oh, he snitched big time. But Duncanville. But see, here's the thing about Duncanville in high school basketball. Duncanville is always going to be all around about high school basketball, especially girls. Like you talking about some of the best girls that came out of that school, Tamika Catchings, Tiffany Jackson, God rest her soul.
You're talking about Ron Holland? Is that who the All-American is that you're talking about?
Yes.
Did he make McDonald's?
Yeah, I shared it.
Oh, you put it on the screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he going? What school is he going to? What college is he going to?
I thought he was going to Texas.
He probably is. They got to get a coach. Yeah, they got to come up with a coach because that guy gave up a $5 million job choking his girlfriend or fiance or something.
Yep.
What's his name? Chris Beard or what was it?
Yep, Chris Beard.
Yeah, came from Texas Tech or somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Man, he was awful.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, we had a whole thing about that on Twitter Space one night.
Listen, your homeboys is on TV tonight. They battled, man. The problem that Texas Southern got is the same problem Jackson State got. They don't have outstanding point guard play. That's what's hurting them. That's why they're making all them turnovers. And y'all was talking about why they can't. They get the lead and then they lose it at the end. they don't have that outstanding point guard play. Jackson State got that problem. Texas Southern got that problem too. Because let me tell you, Texas Southern has mid-level type athletes. You know, they don't have the Power 5 boys, but they got mid-level. They don't have point guards. They don't have any point guards.
Oh, Jesus Wood. I was Tamika Catching from Illinois. Yeah, you talking about no. I seen Tamika Catching. Tamika Catching, we both graduated in the same class. I seen her play when she was in high school. She was just that good when she was in high school. When you seen in the WNBA and at University of Tennessee, she was that good at Duncanville.
I remember her daddy. Her dad
Harvey.
played with Julius. Yeah, Harvey played with Julius Erving. With the Philly 76ers, used to be Harvey, a guy named Daryl Dawkins. They called him Chocolate Thunder. He was out of Orlando. And the other guy was named Caldwell Jones. He was out of Albany State. He was 7'2". They got rid of all of them for Moses Malone.
Yep. She was a dog at Duncanville. I ain't gonna lie to you. I seen her play, and her teams won state every year.
Yeah, she played for Pat Summitt.
Oh yeah. College she played for Pat Summitt. In high school she played for Sandra Meadows, who is a legend at Texas high school basketball for girls.
But let me ask you this: it's these two guys. I want them to shut up. I'm like Mr. Moni, how you was talking about Roland Martin, the opportunist. It's these two guys. They named Ocho. What name? Sam Ocho. Is that it? Is that right?
Ocho.
Okay, let me tell you what the game they playing. See, their whole thing is that they're actually Nigerians, but they were born here in America, and they are so much better than African Americans. I'm sick of them too.
Their
parents are Nigerian, but they were born in America.
Yeah, Emmanuel and Sam actually are from Dallas.
I can't stand them.
They from Dallas. They went to St. Mark's High School, which is a private high school here in Dallas. We too much. Sam is
one's on ESPN.
Sam is
are these the people that try to like?
Oh, they want to tell you that they're better than African Americans because they're Nigerians.
I mean, they can. I think that just has to do with the sentiments that some Africans hold, not all, that some Africans hold in regard to Black Americans, and then
they think they're superior. They think they're superior.
But the thing is, like when you get pulled over by a cop, you're gonna find out real quick that you're not superior. If you're in the spaces talking to the wrong white woman, you're gonna find out real quick, especially in Texas. You're going to find out real quick that Nigerian doesn't shield you from racism at all.
Nah.
But they arrogant to a Black American. And I'm gonna tell you somebody else I wish we could ban besides them. That Jason Whitlock. I wish Black people could excommunicate him.
I ain't worried about that. I'm not worried about a man that haven't seen any type parts of his body in the last 40 years.
That's
so
what I'm saying.
I'm not worried about that. But I will say this though. Like my wife got on here, not got on here, but she talked to me about what happened last time. Somebody tried to hijack my show. And she was like, F him.
Who tried to hijack your show?
Oh, Scotty came in. Scotty came in and tried to say, he tried to came in and try to come at Mr. Ford. I'm like, hey, I don't care what anybody say. Do not do that on my show because I won't do that on yours. It's all about the respect when you come on people's platform. If I respect your platform, please be willing to respect mine. So my whole thing,
I know him. He knows that. He know I know him.
And so that's another person everybody been fighting because it's like, sir, you're not getting the same. We all getting the same information. Are you doing this more for clout, or are you doing this because you actually care about these kids in the university and stuff like that? I care about the kids. I care about the spaces that we in. That's the reason why we gatekeep our institutions so hard, because you have people that want to talk bad and downgrade it for being different. There's nothing wrong with being different to me, but Don't sit there and act like the white man's ice is colder than mine. And I'll put it on. I'll put 100% out there. And so, Big Dog, we all know he got 11,000 subscribers. I got my little old 1365 or whatever right now, 1300 right now. But he got the big media machine, whatever you call it, with Roland Martin right behind him.
You talking about the machine? I don't know if I should break that news on this platform or not about Harvey Pelt, aka Mr. Victor Pelt. That he basically, there was a deal that went down in the MEAC where he was purporting to be offering kind of like the same deal as HBCU Go, where they basically broadcast some football games. And he came to them, and if you look it up, which let me go ahead and
I know you're talking about Harvey Pelt suing the SWAC because of torches.
Yeah, he's suing McClellan.
Yeah.
And in reality, while he's suing McClellan, he actually has a case where he was ordered to pay like $3.5 million for basically fraud. It was fraudulent. Basically, he made it look like he had certain sponsors and that he was going to broadcast these games and that the HBCU was supposed to receive some revenue back. And it was a scam, basically. And he was ordered to pay like $1 million in damages in one case where he settled out of court. And I'm going to pull it up for you guys so you can see. That's why I said this is a money grab, and you have to be careful when people pretend like they're for HBCUs. And why is this so important is because they keep on saying the McClellan, he's trying to keep the SWAC from getting broadcasting rights, and he's trying to keep them from moving forward. And it's just like, that's not true.
So it's the exact opposite of what people been saying about Dr. McClellan as far as what he's trying to do with media rights, the media rights thing, which I think he could do a little bit better, but he's done his job.
Harvey Pelt was ordered to pay money, and I put it up there. And I'm going to actually copy and paste the document, the court document, into the chat so you guys can pull it up and read it. And basically, Harvey Pelt, aka Victor Pelt, was supposed to pay $1 million in damages for representing a fraudulent contract with these sponsors that he didn't have. He put like their name on a letterhead to make it seem like they were in an agreement together, and they never had an agreement. So it was a big deal. And that means that he's a fraud. And that wasn't the first time either. That wasn't his first run-in regarding these fraudulent contracts. So he was actually responsible for why the Florida A&M AD had to get fired, because he was trying to get these things signed without proper clearance.
That was just part of it. Now that's some other part that the A&M AD being fired that was in-house. That's some other stuff to it. Now that was a part of it, but there's some other stuff happened with that Florida A&M AD. That was a power struggle between he and Robinson.
And I'm sure that there probably was, but you can't go signing See, that's kind of like how Bethune got messed up with the Wells Fargo deal. When you have one person looking at documents, when you need 3, 4, 5 different people, it needs to touch 3 or 4 or 5 different hands, including legal, before you sign something, because you really just don't know what you're getting into.
Right.
Like, you don't know what you're signing. So I pasted the documents, the government documents, in the chat, and basically, I don't understand why would people not want to have the games broadcasted on ESPN when that's going to get you the most exposure? And it's not exclusionary rights. I would say that if the SWAC was going to invest in anything, if they don't want to do their own SWAC sports network, that the
HBCU go.
They go with HBCU go.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you guys have ever actually checked out Urban Edge Network's website. I venture you to go look. I think it's called HBCU League Pass or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So basically they have certain channels that are streaming on there, but all of the information is, all of the stuff that's streaming is old.
Yeah.
Like I just went and looked today, and it was old games.
Yeah. So also they also had the Gulf Coast Athletic Conference. That's their go-to for media. So the conference has a channel, and then each school has their own channel.
That's Mississippi College. Is that Mississippi College, West Georgia, and Valdosta State?
We talking about the Gulf Coast Athletic Conference. We talking about Dillard, Wiley.
Those are NAIA schools, right?
Right.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, Xavier. Yeah, okay.
Xavier. Yeah. So they have their own channel, so they can broadcast their own thing. Plus, remember, Grambling has his own channel on HBCU League Pass Plus, and then you have another entity that has his own channel on there. But my thing is,
circulating is all old. Like, I don't see any new content. These are all right now. Here, I'll show you.
But Grambling is still getting money from
the spring game from 2022 is playing right now on the Grambling channel. That's what's playing.
As long as they showing it and they got advertisement on it, they getting their money from it.
But it's not 200, and I don't understand where they're getting that price tag of $250 million. If you look at the website, this doesn't look like a website that even has 1 million. I'm not trying to be funny, but it just doesn't.
We don't even know if that case is going to continue. It might be dropped.
I would drop it after it was revealed, and people do some digging, and they find out that one of your main guys, the head guys, intentionally misrepresented that they had a connection with certain sponsors, and that he was ordered to pay millions and millions of dollars to an HBCU company, HBCU Pro Football. That's who he had to pay millions of dollars to, because they pretended to have all these sponsorships to get them to sign this contract, and they didn't ever broadcast the shows. So automatically you're going to be a scammer. Now, I don't know about Todd. I don't know anything about the other co-owner, but the fact that you would even partner with somebody who has that type of...
If I'm other schools, I'm going with HBCU Go. HBCU Go, I will go with it. I will actually ride with them, because even though they can only probably make like one, go to one city, and this is, with them doing it, this is basically like kind of like what their trial run is, as far as even for basketball. I would basically go with them, Because then too, they can go because it's by it's by the Griot. Byron Allen owns the Griot too. I'll go back to it like, look, we had a good product out here. I would say we could expand it to some, to showcase more games and stuff like that, and then also to have more programs to go along with, said HBCU Go TV, and then like you'll be at different places. So instead of you just getting just one, one game per weekend, you could get, 2 or 3 more, 2 or 3 games. And then you can have your certain channels and stuff like that too to go along with it.
So I think that maybe they're doing a test run to see how well it does.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
And then they're gonna expand it to the point where it's not just one set of games; it'll be 2 or 3 different places.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was looking at it like, man, they doing a trial run. So you doing your trial run, it's like, okay, boom, we got it. You see where it's going. You see how it's going. We're gonna ride with it because I would rather listen to Charlie Neal.
Everything looks good. I do think, to Mr. Moore's point, you don't have the ability to go back and look at some of the games. But if you look at HBCU League Pass, it's a great concept. But I think the fact that Victor Pelt is a co-owner of it, and as you can see on the screen, he was ordered to pay $1.5 million for breach of a written agreement against New Vision Sports. They had to pay that to HBCU. What else did they have to pay? $611,000 for intentional misrepresentation, $1 million in punitive damages. Like, this was a really big this was a really big civil lawsuit regarding Pelt intentionally misrepresenting, like he had certain sponsors. That's a red flag. And if I'm over the SWAC and I'm responsible for making sure that all of the institutions are not entering into bad contracts, which would negatively affect the SWAC, I might make a few phone calls to sponsors that are already sponsoring the SWAC. Why would you and tell them this guy is bad business? Or I don't even have to say this guy is bad business. I just copy and paste the lawsuit, and that should be enough right there. Like, just shady business.
And speaking of SWAC and contracts, I had a question. Is the Jackson State and Southern game still on for Birmingham? Because I saw Southern release their schedule or partial schedule today, and I saw the game was slated for like September 9th, but it didn't give like a location.
Yeah, I think it said it's supposed to be in Birmingham, but I would rather have it in Baton Rouge. I mean, because that would be.
Some of your people are saying that it's in Birmingham because I've seen it in the chat.
I mean, I think they had a big to do about that, because I guess the locker room and the showers weren't hot, and they said the lights were flickering, and there was a lot of issues in Birmingham.
That was in Mobile.
Mobile. Well, I'm hoping that it's in Baton Rouge, just because I was hoping that the reason why they were doing this is because they were on this Dion craze, and maybe Dion leaving brought them back down to let's focus on what normally works.
Oh yeah.
Well, I know the reason they gave was that Jackson State and Southern were rotating off of each other's schedule.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think because I was talking to folks in our Chicago chapter before Birmingham stepped in the scene, and allegedly that game was slated to be in Chicago this year until, Dion got with McClellan and they got a deal with Birmingham. But If it is in Birmingham, I mean, because it seems like that's the only way we're going to be able to play each other for the next 2 years, since we're rotating
I
out the
don't
schedule.
understand why people keep saying that when it's just next, like if we're rotating off the schedule, just keep it the same way, which is this coming year, we're going to Southern. The next coming year, even though we're rotated off the schedule, add us back and you come to Jackson State. Like it really wasn't that big of a deal. They were just trying to make an excuse to put it in Birmingham, and they kept on saying, oh, well, there's fan bases there as well. It's like the way that the game is set up, I don't know if they have people who look at the target market, look at who comes to certain games and breaks it down. But the way the Southern game works is everybody from the surrounding areas, 2.5 to 3 hours away, those are all the people that come to that game. And they go home the same day.
But to see, the thing was, it wasn't about the fanship. What the mayor of Birmingham was saying was that regardless of who came to the game, he was going to give them at least $1 million. It wasn't about the fan. It was about money that the city of Birmingham was promising Jackson and Southern. Because one of the things he said was, if nobody even comes to the game, this is what they're going to get.
But it's
So
just
the game
like
need to be in Dallas.
And I just feel like it needs to be in a home and home situation. Even if you're on or off, you need to keep it in Southern and Jackson, just because that's how the rivalry works. And then also it says sponsors dropped out, so it will be a home and home now. See, and those, I don't know who those sponsors were that were for that particular game, but those same sponsors could have been acquired for our games in Southern and for Jackson State.
I mean, when it's going to be in Southern's shoes, Southern's going to get the money anyway because it's at their home stadium. When it's in Jackson the following year, we get that money. So either way it goes, both schools going to win regardless of the fact. Another thing, well, somebody said the game should be in Dallas. I think it should be in Dallas.
Somebody said the sponsors dropped out. I'm willing to bet that those sponsors dropped out because Dion is no longer the coach at Jackson State. And that is telling that the sponsors don't know what they're doing, because if they did their research, then they would know that the Southern versus Jackson State game, 45 to 50,000 at Jackson State and at full capacity at Southern, no matter who the coach is, and no matter whether you have a winning season or a losing season. So that's why it's just like whoever the sponsors are, I would just say that you need to promote that Jackson State and Southern rivalry is, with or without Prime, is going to do numbers.
I would still say it like this. I still say you can bring the game to Dallas. Because the reason why I say bring the game to Dallas, because Dallas Southern University alumni in Dallas is huge as hell. And also our alumni in Dallas is huge. We have a very large alumni association here in Dallas. It would have been a great affair because I don't know. To me, it's just wishful thinking, where I didn't have to worry about traveling 6 hours to go see them play, but it's at home.
Are they going to bring 30,000 plus? Didn't the last game that they had, the first game that they had in the Birmingham, didn't it not do so well?
I mean, if we're being real, Southern hasn't traveled well in over a decade. Like, they haven't brought 30,000 to Jackson since I'd say 06 or 08, and maybe Katrina has something to do with that. But and so in my opinion, Jackson is going to carry the attendance, just being honest.
Yeah. And being that we carry the attendance, it should stay within a 2-hour radius of Jackson State, because that's where the majority of our fan base is coming from. And also you have to realize homecoming, like the way the games lay out, it's like homecoming, then you got Southern, then you got Alcorn. So you have some really big games. And if you're a student, there's certain games that it's like, okay, I know I'm gonna be able to get in my car, me and 3 other students, we're gonna put $20 or $30 in the gas tank,
and we got
That's true.
some food. Like the TSU or the Southern Heritage Classic, that was a game that you got in the car. Everybody, you could bring $100 each in your pocket. Go to the Southern Heritage Classic, have
And
a
go on
grand
Bill
old
Street.
time, and go back home. The same for this Southern game. There's certain games where
I ain't going home after the Southern Heritage classes because I'm going straight to Bill Street. I don't care what anybody say. I don't care what anybody say. I'm going straight to Bill Street.
So I think the premise behind the game being in Birmingham was the idea of, as both of these schools roll off of each other's schedule for the next 2 years, both of these schools essentially will be getting paid both of those years, well over $1 million. So moving it to home and home, that's cool for Southern. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they also got to compete with the fact that LSU was playing Graham on the same weekend on September 9th. But they're going to get paid. Yeah, so they're going to be getting paid. From that game, and then next year they're not going to get paid when they come to Jackson. I'm cool with either format as long as we get the opportunity to play each other, whether it's in Birmingham or Dallas. I do think it might be a bit more expensive, in Dallas, not like Miami, but to your point, Timona, like for students to be able to just get in the car, go to Dallas, with $100. I don't know how far Dallas is from Jackson. What is that, like 5 hours? But
it's too far to do
6 hours.
These are weekend games. It's
Right.
kind of too far to be trying to do the thing where you go and you turn around. Like a lot of times you would turn around and make it back home in time to go out to the club or to go out. So I think that the numbers that they gave were inflated astronomically about how much money they were going to be able to give to both schools, when in all actuality, I know that it's a home and home, but if you find a sponsorship that says gives, I don't know, contributes 500,000 to the game, then whoever it is that's at the home game, you can still take home 250,000. So that means one side takes 250, the other side takes 250 plus the gate for the home.
I'm sorry, Edwin, but at 7 hours, I'll make it to Jackson in 6. If my wife was driving, we'll make it there at 5.5. I'm just saying, we got some lead feet over here, but I'm just saying, I was just thinking, wishful thinking from an alum from Jackson State. They could come to Dallas and people could actually see Jackson State play, and you know what I'm saying? They ain't never seen them play. But here's another thing. Because it rolls off on the schedule now, this would be the same thing as what we did with Grambling, because Grambling had rolled off our schedule as a conference opponent, and we treated it as a non-conference. So now that September the 9th game is really the W.C. Gordon Classic right there, if you really think about it. Because remember, the third game was always going to be the W.C. Gordon Classic, and then the fourth game is whoever else we play. So now you got the first game against South Carolina State. We got to get our league back. The second game is against FAM at the OBC. I'm still gonna hear FAM complain that they should have beat us, but hey, the last time you won was like years ago, and you haven't won since against us. Third game from what they're saying is Southern, so that will be the game right there. That's our non-conference game right there. And
wouldn't that game actually replace the Southern Heritage Classic? Because that's Southern Heritage is always the week after Labor Day.
It would be the placement of the Southern Heritage Classic. So if we go to Baton Rouge, and then you turn around.
I shared our schedule.
And then you turn around, we got Texas State.
And Texas State is in the Dallas market, right?
Texas State is in the Austin market because they're close to Austin, between Austin and San Antonio to be exact. This is the first 3 games. They ain't got the full schedule out, but hopefully Mr. Ashley Robinson is making do with that schedule, because
I mean, realistically speaking,
just the fact that we're playing South Carolina State and Texas State, that's 2 out of conference opponents. So then the rest of our schedule will just be SWAC
conference
schools,
opponents.
right?
Yeah, it'll be SWAC schools, but like I said, that Southern game won't be a conference game because that's a non-conference game. So they're saying that's roll off the schedule, but because that's a natural rival with us right there, that you got to bring it on there.
How do y'all feel about the first month of games being like away from Jackson?
So is that September 9th game going to be, or September, are they going to have a bye week so that you don't have that many games?
They'll probably have a bye week, probably right before, I don't know what, it always got to come out, whenever that schedule comes out, and that's when that schedule comes out, I know I'm going to break that schedule down. And I'm going to break it down from where we're playing at to the like start, who's going to be the quarterbacks, and just break that whole game down and where it's going to be at. So I think Texas Southern falls off our schedule because we've already played them 2 years in a row. So they fall off our schedule. Prairie View was not on our schedule this year and last year. So we pretty much we'll probably play Prairie View the next 2 years.
Would it be PV or would it be UAPB?
PV. UAPB wasn't on our schedule either for the last 2 years. So both of those schools will be on our schedule. They should be on our schedule. And that's just on the Western Division. Of course, Alcorn going to stay on the schedule because that's a natural rival. That's a state rival.
So Alcorn is one game that will never roll off?
Never. It'll never roll off. It'll never roll off. So Grambling rolls off our schedule because we already played them. Because Grambling back on our schedule because we had a non-conference game against Grambling last year. And then also 2021, we didn't play Grambling. We played them in the spring, but we didn't play them in the fall. So that's what
somebody said that they leaked the Southern schedule and said that we're playing them on September 9th. So early.
Yeah, so that's
season. That's going to be different because usually we don't play Southern that early.
That's the reason why we're playing them that early because that's the game we will actually be in Memphis for the.
We're going to be away for that game too because since we rolled off their schedule, so the first 4 games are going to be away games.
Yep.
That is I take Atlanta. Like I don't know how everybody else is putting it out there, but for me, Saturday, August 26th is Celebration Bowl 2.0.
Pretty much.
It's in Atlanta, and this is like redemption for Jackson State University. So for Mr. Haynes, be prepared to take that loss right there. But that's hard. Even though I think we've usually played like the game at Miami, we've always kind of played it as a home game, right?
Well, because it could be a home and it could be away. It all depends on who side it is on. But to me, I just feel like I think Jackson was the away team this past season.
No, we were the home team.
We was a home team. So we was the away team, 2021? Okay, so we'll be the away team this coming season.
Yeah, I hate that they signed a 3-year deal in Miami. I know for a lot of our fans, they're ready to, get out of that game.
Yeah.
I'll be glad when we do have a home and home. I think even with FAMU, there's an opportunity, if we go back to Mobile, which I believe we are in 24, me personally, I would rather Yeah, me too. I mean, if it makes sense financially for Jackson State, cool. And the reason why I say that, given the amount of revenue we've been able to generate in our home games over the last couple of years from having a winning team, it's like if we move a game or if we go somewhere, I would want to have some solid people with business acumen at the table to say, hey, this is how much we make at home. We need to be making close to this. And nothing for
that
3
plus traveling. So if we make
Yeah.
$1 million and then we make 750 or 600,000 after, which I think when I did some calculations, it's Jackson State makes a lot of money. And we're speaking from an HBCU standpoint. We make a lot of money from our games, like a lot of money. So when people say, oh, you guys should take a money game, well, we can generate that type of income at a home game at our stadium. And
Even
so
more.
I think people got mad when I said that Jackson State is the money game. But when I say that, I mean, like, if you know that we're coming to your stadium, you're going it's a situation, you're going to make some bread. Like, you're going to make some money because we're going to bring 30,000 plus fans to wherever you're at. And I don't see that falling off because we've always had a fan base. I think even more so now, Jackson State fans are ready to see TC Taylor, and we're ready to see that new era. And so I feel like there's a chance that we could actually increase in the amount of attendance.
Right.
And when you think about it, think about over the last 2 seasons where we've been, like going to Huntsville, like looking at the visiting side, going to Mobile, looking at the visiting side, going to Montgomery, going to Houston last year. Like, I believe they said that was the largest attendance they've had in that stadium since it's open for Texas Southern. And a couple of other places, like, you're right.
Alabama State.
Yeah, Bama State. And even when we were, in 2019, I got a picture when we played Bethune-Cookman in Atlanta. And to see that crowd, the Jackson State side, it was packed. They should have opened. You know what I'm saying? So, like, this year when we played South Carolina State, let me see, 2019 with a home team. This is an odd year. So with the home team. South Carolina State, they traveled pretty well to Atlanta outside of Celebration Bowl. I don't know how they're going to fit both of those fan bases in there, but, to your point, Timona, absolutely. Like, folks need to know if you're going to come to the table with Jackson State, just know what we already make at home, and it needs to be equivalent to that. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that list of payouts for FBS versus FCS schools, and to see the HBCU payouts, it was horrible.
Yeah, we seen that. We seen that. We was,
you know
we
what I'm
was
saying?
already.
And we bring in our band.
Exactly.
And they're like, oh, no, we shouldn't ask for that much. I don't know why you shouldn't. They already know they're going to win.
Now,
Did y'all go to Vegas?
I didn't go to that. I watched that Vegas game right there.
I flew from Charlotte, man. It was beautiful. Like, game time, well, traffic was horrible. I didn't get in there until like late second quarter. But like, I sat on UNLV home side. Jackson State side was almost full. And to see all those like California tags with Jackson State Peril on it, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just travel deep everywhere. So I just hope that people understand, like, when you're coming to the table with us, you gotta at least be coming, like Timona says, 700, 800,000, just to make it like worth our while.
Well, hey, Mr. Ford, did you hear about Grambling playing LSU this coming season?
Yeah, I did. I'm not for that. I don't like that kind of stuff.
I know you don't like this kind of stuff, but
No, I don't like it.
LSU about to give them some money just to go down an hour and a half, 2 hours just to get the head beat in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, a lot of times we lose them kids for the whole year.
Mm.
Yeah,
yep. That's something I would agree with what Coach Prime had said. I wouldn't want to play my kids against those Power 5 teams. They ain't saying group of 5, just straight Power 5 teams because of, like you said, the results of being injured and stuff like that.
Remember the kid from Southern came up here against University of Georgia, and I think they broke his neck or something.
Yep.
You remember that kid?
I watched that game. Yeah, I watched that game too.
Yeah, I did too. I wanted to see human jukebox. That's why I watched the game.
Yeah.
See, it's just not. It's not worth it. And everybody's like,
No, it's not.
but we need the money. And I'm just like, there's certain games that Gremlin has that they have a certain game with another team and it's guaranteed a sellout. You guys have to maximize your revenue on those particular games. You have to get the sponsors. That's all you need is the sponsors. The sponsors, if they give you 300,000 and you have 2 sponsors, that's 600,000. There's your money game right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, my thing is, whatever product we put out there, we got to put it out there. It has to be good so it could be profitable. Knowing that, I understand, so like Jack State's gonna be profitable regardless, because of the simple fact that we travel and we travel deep. We just have to put a actual product that matches what we put up out there. I would say this.
How much is Grambling getting for that game up in New York when they played Hampton on Labor Day weekend? You know,
I have to check that one out. What they getting?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I would say that if I'm gonna play you, you need to be paying me so I only have to play one. You know what? Everybody's talking stuff about South Carolina State's football schedule. I am so glad they don't have Clemson. So glad that they don't have South Carolina on their schedule this year. Like, it's just
they got Georgia Tech. They got Georgia Tech and Citadel, right?
Yeah,
and they got USC Charlotte too.
Yeah, they got Charlotte. They coming to Charlotte. Yeah.
I feel like that they could be competitive in those types of games versus a Clemson and a South Carolina where you know you're going to lose. And at that point, you're also like, you're putting a loss already. You're putting an L already in that column for the coach.
Yeah, they took Florida A&M off their schedule too, I think.
I think for South Carolina State, they're looking at it from a monetary standpoint. Their attendance at home is abysmal. They don't get a lot of funding, so those money games like really make an impact in their budget for athletics. So it does suck, because I definitely agree. Looking at the last couple of years, they could have been FCS playoff contingent. Had they not played those FBS teams, but they got to pay the bills.
I would say this, Miss Jacqueline. The difference between why we lose, most HBCU lose to Power 5 teams. One is the difference between scholarships. HBCUs, mostly in the SWAC and the MEAC, we get 63 scholarship. We got a 63 scholarship limit. Power 5 has 85 scholarship limit, but it's also, like he said, the trench play, offensive and defensive line, and you got to have a quarterback that's can get the ball out of his hands. So, and also too, most of the time when HBCUs go to these Power 5 schools, they're only taking the traveling team. They're not even taking their whole, they're not even taking their whole football team. So you see it when it comes to the actual depth than what you see when we don't play them. Because at a home game, you'll have probably like 90 to 100 kids out there on the sideline. But, when they play away, you probably say about 65, 75 kids out there on, that's traveling. But, to me, we just got to get out of that situation to where we have to play. Well, we have no choice but to play these schools. Understandably so. Now, I would say this about Eddie George. Eddie George is doing this because, as far as with Tennessee State playing Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman is his partner, is his, his close friend. They played together at Ohio State. So they have a mutual agreement, which I still don't agree with, because the simple fact that you're going up to play Notre Dame in South Bend, and that game is televised, and Notre Dame is paying to bring the aristocrat up there to entertain the crowd too. And hopefully, like I said, it'll be a good game, but I know that it's not going to be too much of a good game because it's Notre Dame. And then also Ohio State, because he has a affinity for Ohio State. That's where he graduated from. That's where he won his Heisman Trophy at. But I don't feel like we have to play as HBCUs these Power 5 schools. We could play these Group of 5 schools. We can play all this, the Group of 5 schools and stuff like that. And if we are competitive against these schools, then that is a big win for us. Now, when Jackson State ended up playing Louisiana Monroe, in which we should have won that game.
Didn't have a kicker, and was James Houston ejected that game?
Yep, James Houston was ejected that game for targeting. Didn't have too much of a kicker, and Shedeur Sanders threw an interception at the most inopportune time.
And TC Taylor was not the OC.
He was not the TC. That was Jason Phillips.
Jason Phillips.
So it was not like we still could have won that game.
It was definitely a winnable game, and it was so close. They did not score a touchdown. They didn't score a touchdown. People keep on saying, "Oh, you lost to them." They literally could not score a touchdown.
They couldn't score a touchdown against a FCS HBCU team. They couldn't score a touchdown. They was locking down their receivers down there the majority of the game, all the way up until the fourth quarter. Then that's where you seen careless mistakes being made. Also, like I said, Shedeur threw the ball. He threw an interception at the wrong time. And that's where you see that freshman, that freshman mentality, the freshman play come about. But overall, at that time, we were slated. To me, we were on the verge of winning that game. We just couldn't get the ball in the end zone, like on a couple of possessions where we could have actually blew the game wide open. That's another thing we could have done. But it was an actually good game. Now, here's another thing. And I'll go back to what we was talking about, gatekeeping. And we just need to we need to gatekeep what we got. And that's the reason why you saw TC when he did his interview. In fact, when he made the introduced as the head coach for Jackson State, when he said we got to guard the yard, like it's a sacred thing, especially for us people, for us that been in the HBCU realm. Like, we have to guard these because you got those outsiders that don't give a damn about our, our beloved institutions. They ain't gonna give a damn about it. They don't, they ain't gonna do anything. But we the ones that put blood, sweat, and tears up in there. And if it wasn't for our institutions, if you was a judge and your ass was trying to get locked up, 9 times out of 10, that judge came from an HBCU. If it was a lawyer, doing the same thing 9 times out of 10, he came from HBCUs. He or she came from HBCU. A doctor, a dentist, all these things, that a teacher, all came from HBCUs. Just look it up. I mean, and these are for the outsiders that got a real big problem. And I ain't talking about you, Dragon 98, because I know 1998, because I know you got your kids going you got one of your kids over at Jackson State, so I ain't tripping on you because you already know what the deal is. But I'm talking about these other people that look at it to where they could just come in and voice their opinion and not know a damn thing about the school. You just know the name is such and such an historically black college and university. You know, you ain't did your due diligence to even do, you know what I'm saying, research on it. Because you're not going to want to do it. You're going to want to just say what you're going to say and you're going to demean it. So with the people like Ed Reed and Shannon Sharp and all these other folks that want to talk down on HBCUs, just stop. Just be quiet because you make yourself look real stupid. And Shannon Sharp, for you to even fix your mouth to say anything bad about HBCUs, and your ass went to one.
But he's ignorant.
We know that. It was his only option. You weren't going to South Carolina like your brother. Come on now.
Yeah, he was. He was prompt. South Carolina couldn't take him, and he was supposed to go to Georgia Southern. What happened to Georgia Southern? Irk Russell said he was going to make him a linebacker, and Bill Davis, who at one time was at South Carolina State, had already told him if it didn't work out on the Division I level, they had a place for him at Savannah State. So that's how he ended up. But yeah, he was originally going to go with Sterling to South Carolina. It was Joe Morrison was the coach. Didn't have the grades. And so he could go to Georgia Southern because at that time they were 1AA. And when he got to Statesboro, Irk said the way he looked, he was going to make him a linebacker. He didn't want to play linebacker. So he that's how he got at Savannah State. Bill Davis had told him if it didn't work out, they'll have something for him.
Now I'm gonna tell you just like this. He was on that sideline about to catch that smoke from them boys from Memphis at the game against them Grizzlies.
I told you he acts ignorant. That's all that was. He was grandstanding. He wanted to be seen.
That's that midlife crisis kicking in. And then you want to fix your mouth and say that Prairie View and Alcorn look worse. My God, bro. I went on a whole rant. I'm like, bro, have you went to Alcorn? Have you seen the pictures at Alcorn? Have you seen the pictures at Prairie View? Have you, bro, don't even fix your mouth. To me, I'm gonna ask you, I ask him this: do you give money to South Carolina to Savannah State? Because if you don't give money to your own alma mater,
probably not.
You don't give money to your own alma mater, bro. You can't say nothing.
Nothing.
You have no voice in these streets right here. Same thing with Roland Martin. Because go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel like another reason why we need to gatekeep is because one thing I've noticed here in Charlotte and other places, when it comes to HBCU alums, it's kind of like we look at our alma maters as a lifetime commitment, to whereas Black PWI grads, they look at it as something very transactional. And a lot of white PWI grads do as well. Like, I gave you my money, you gave me a degree, I'm going on about my life. If the team just so happens to be good, I'll put on a shirt, I'll go to the game and support. I feel as though, and nobody can tell me wrong, Shannon Sharp, I feel like he is like a pawn of our former coach, as well as Ed Reed was a pawn, and some other, I call them agents.
Uncle Luke.
There
Uncle Luke,
that's right.
Steve Harvey.
They were agents. That's what they are. That's what they are.
Absolutely. And they knew exactly what they were doing. Because let's be honest, even though they are all of the same hue as we are, they're in a different tax bracket. And that's one thing that I've noticed about those circles. They stick together. Regardless if they went to a HBCU or regardless if they just whatever, it's like a fraternity. It's like a brotherhood. And they came to the rescue of their buddy to cover up his tracks. Now, I watched another well, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. There was another podcast, that talked about, it was kind of odd that our former coach left in such a hurry out of the state of Mississippi. And Brett Favre essentially kind of I guess you can say, snitched and talked about how he was looking to secure even more funding of welfare funds, to secure Shador to USM.
Yeah.
And there were some text messages that were dropped. This brother was kind of connecting the dots. I don't wish anything bad on anyone, but it smells a little funny, and it just kind of made sense as to why he got out so fast in the manner he did. And I know that Jackson State as an institution has its ducks in a row. I know that we did everything properly, but it just kind of goes to show that I think over the last couple of years, I think we all should have learned some lessons in all of this. And one of the lessons I've learned is the value of Jackson State and HBCUs. To see that our platform was able to elevate a lot of people, from YouTube vloggers to coaches to et cetera. And it's not just Jackson State, it's the SWAC and HBCU brand. I hope that we now see the value in who we are and what we can produce. And I hope that we can utilize a lot of that in the form of solutions as we move forward.
What are your real thoughts on Ed Reed? Was it sincere, naive, or psychological issues? It's psychological issues, because there's my thing about Ed Reed. Ed Reed cannot differentiate from being a regular person and being a football player. And that's it.
I also think that he kind of listen, Coach Prime did not want for Ed Reed to be at Bethune. He did not want somebody else to try to go and emulate what he did. And so he put the battery in Ed Reed's back and put in all this stuff to where he said, Coach Prime is right. Like, if you saw how Deion Sanders manipulated that situation, and then for him to come on to the show, come on to his live while he was going on his little tirade about how they let him go, and then Deion Sanders behind the scenes, Ed Reed admitted that Deion Sanders called him about the Jackson State job. It's kind of like he was delving too much into HBCU business when you're supposed to be a Power 5 coach now. Why are you have so much? Why are your hands still in the pot? Because if you're Hugh Freeze, your hand's not in the pot at Liberty any longer. Or if you're Brian Kelly, your hands aren't going to be at the schools that you left. You're a Power 5 school. Keep your hands out of it. And I think that Ed Reed, basically, he got talked out of his position by repeating what somebody told him. And I also do think that he probably does have a little bit of a psychological issue, but a lot of his friends that you're talking about, when he was downing Bethune-Cookman, they were all on board. Oh, they were all on board. As soon as Shannon Sharp said something that he didn't like, he's been going in on Shannon Sharp for like 2 or 3 days straight. Now
he been on his head.
Now all of a sudden it's not okay. And then Stevie Baggs, an NFL player that graduated from Bethune-Cookman, they had discord. And then it's Ed Reed again. And I'm like, you're not doing yourself any favors at all. If anything, you make yourself look like not somebody that should be over the head of a whole bunch of young men. There's still a lot of people that want Ed Reed to be the head coach because he exposed those conditions. But my thing is, there was definitely a way that Ed Reed could have exposed those conditions and still maintain decorum, and he'd probably still have his job.
What's the HBCU standard for athletics that needs to be the focus? All these versions of a struggle needs real direction. Standard for athletics, so just go out there and I mean, do your best and win.
I mean, I think he might be talking about the struggle of athletics with resolve for the facilities. I mean, if you're a coach and you are thinking about coaching at a HBCU and you aren't with that, where you have to make do with facilities, then you need to be trying to get a job at various HBCUs that have the facilities. So you need to go to Alabama State or UAPB, right? Where all of their facilities are brand new, state of the art, whatever it is that you're looking for, instead of complaining and berating somebody on social media.
And let's be honest, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, just being honest, Simona, I would venture to say majority of the Division I HBCUs have pretty nice facilities. Looking at, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Norfolk State, their basketball arena and their football stadium is like 30,000. Looking at Hampton, A&T has a nice football stadium. FAMU, of course, with their additions. And looking all through the SWAC, of course, Alabama A&M, I don't know if you guys have seen their new basketball arena. It's beautiful. They got an awesome stadium. Prairie View, Texas Southern has a nice arena. Tennessee State has a great basketball arena. And, of course, they play in the NFL stadium. So across the gamut of Division I schools, we're looking pretty good. I just think we do a poor job of telling our story.
Right. And then just looking at the Rose Bowl Stadium, and
it was very empty today.
Not just empty, but just the overall aesthetic of it. It's like, how dare you put down the vet, and that's what the Rose Bowl looks like. That's what the Rose Bowl Stadium looks like. So basically what you're telling me is Jackson State needs a new Jumbotron and renovated press box. Paint half the section blue, white, alternating, and it should be good to go.
So let's see. Prime wants JSU and HBCUs to still be saying he was your or our savior. His ego is not being fed now that he has realized there was no problem playing keep on rolling right after the presentations. My thing is Prime is Prime. I don't think Prime understands the fact that here's the thing. When it's about marketing, when it's about business, you are prime. When all that marketing and business is done, over and done with, you need to turn off prime and turn back on Dion. And it's a thing that I don't think he's able to switch because he's been doing the same thing for almost. He basically invented himself almost 40 years ago with the prime, you know what I'm saying? With the prime marketing, prime time, Neon. Well, he ain't like nobody call him Neon Dion, but that's what we called him. That's what they called him in Atlanta.
That's what those white folks are up there in Colorado calling him.
They calling him Dion.
Yeah.
You say call
and when he goes 4-9 this year, they're gonna call him worse than that. Trust me.
Call him fire. But
some of the rhetoric, like I don't, being in both a PWI space and an HBCU space, like I'm originally from Columbia, Missouri, and the University of Missouri Columbia is there, and I went to a summer program, and basically at that time they were real heavy on diversity programs, and I was like, man, I don't want to stay home, so I decided to go to Jackson State. My point is this: there was an incident on campus where these two students went out and purposely bought a whole bunch of cotton balls and sprinkled them outside of the Black Student Union.
I remember that. I remember.
And the facilities management left those white cotton balls on the lawn past noon. So it was just sitting out there. Like, if you look at the amount of hate crimes, there's an increase in hate crimes in Colorado. And it's just, it's a different type of culture that you're putting yourself into. So the reverence that Black people and the love that Black people showed Coach Prime, it's going to be a different type than it is in Colorado.
Yep, and like Evan said, And when he got that wake-up call, so he stepped off that plane in Boulder, and you know that white man's ice is colder up there.
They ain't even. Can we get your luggage? They seen him. He limp. He been on standing up for 4 or 5 hours.
And don't get me wrong, Jersey, we not even worried about what he doing as far as recruiting and stuff, because his name alone is gonna get kids to go to the school. But like we say, once you look at that schedule that he got, and you see that murderer's row that he'll have in October, early November, you're gonna be like, can you pull it out? Is Shedeur the real deal on a Power 5 level? You know what I'm saying? Can you beat USC? Can you at least tap UCLA on the shoulder? Can you know what I'm saying? Can you run with Washington State? Can you even sniff Oregon and Oregon State? Those are the times that like you'll actually know about, can you actually coach? When he was in Jackson, Prime did not have to coach anything. He built himself and modeled himself as a CEO because he could tell this person what to do, this person what to do, this person what to do, leave it to them to do the job, but he won't be able, he won't get the flack if something goes wrong. Remember spring 2021, like we said, Jason Phillips was the offensive coordinator. Jason Phillips was trying to do the run and shoot type offense for Jackson State. You didn't have the quarterback. You didn't even have the offensive line. You don't have the offense for that. Prime wanted to where when Shedeur, he knew Shedeur was coming regardless. But Shedeur was coming, and he had his backpack, and his bags was Gucci, and he was coming to Jackson State. Yeah, he had bag. He ain't had no Louis bag. He got Gucci bags, and he was coming to Jackson State. And that offense was not built around Shedeur. Shedeur he got an arm, but his arm ain't that big like that. Not saying I'm not down in Shedeur, but I seen him play in high school. I seen that kid play in high school, and I seen him play in middle school, you know, and Pop Warner football. He is intelligent and everything, but the offense was not built around him. That's the reason why the offense suffered early on in the season in the fall of 2021, where our offensive line was horrible. Not even saying that the offensive line coach was horrible. Our offensive line was real horrible. It was horrible. It was not fit they was not meant to fit that scheme. And Dion wanted to do more air raid, in which you stat padding, you try to see if your QB can throw 500 yards and 5, 6, 7 touchdowns, because that will put butts in seats. But you got to go with what you have. And you know, my thing about this is too, when you got Bartolome, when Brett came in, did he even have reins to call the offense like it was supposed to be called? Because in the end, in reality, Shedeur was supposed to have over 4,500 yards passing and 50 touchdowns and stuff like that. Savion wasn't supposed to have 1,100 yards. Savion was supposed to have like 600-700 yards, if you really think about it. Because Savion didn't even come on the scene until like the third game of the season, and he still got 11.
That was the face of the offense as time went on, because without him, we don't win. We don't go undefeated in SWAC and non-conference play outside of the Celebration Bowl.
I just want to, bring up something else. The lack of development in a sense. Like, do you guys remember when we played Alabama A&M and Shador went down and the backup quarterback came in? I was
Oh
just
yeah,
thinking,
yeah.
like what in the
It was
world were
terrible.
they doing? It was terrible. Like, what were they doing with him while Shador was healthy? Like, there was no
because
player development.
because it was Shador bust. That was the thing. It was Shador bust. Shador
That's not gonna fly in
It's
Colorado.
not gonna
And
fly in Colorado.
my only hope is that I hope that Shador does good this year, because with Colorado, they're not going to say, okay, yeah, we're going to give Shador another year to be starting quarterback. They're going to be putting pressure on Prime to sit his son. And so I'm praying that Shador does have a good year going into Colorado. Maybe they do win 5 games.
So the difference between spring 2021 was Jason Phillips was the offensive coordinator. Fall 2021, it was between Jason Phillips and then it was TC Taylor. TC Taylor became an offensive coordinator. Dion didn't like what he saw because TC was more eccentric into running the football. TC coached in the MEAC for so long, you know what I'm saying? He coached in the MEAC for so long that he was offensive coordinator at North Carolina Central. North Carolina Central is a balanced offense. Prime didn't want that. Prime wanted Shador to get 4,000 passing yards and 40, 50 touchdowns. And he couldn't do that with TC calling the shots. So guess what happened? TC is going back to being a wide receivers coach, and they moved Michael Pollock. Because remember, Jason Phillips and Michael Pollock were co-offensive coordinators in the fall 2021. Jason Phillips, this past year, Jason Phillips not with the team. He left. Because I feel like
isn't he coaching in the CFL or XFL?
Something like that. But he had philosophical, but he left. It was philosophical differences. He tried to run his offense the way he wanted to run the offense. He couldn't get that done because Prime wouldn't let him do that. And what I'm saying is, if you are a CEO head coach and you're letting your coordinators rock out, that is the one thing that you put your trust in your coordinators. Of course, you're gonna have trust in Dennis Thurman because you got athletes out the ass to run that scheme that Dennis Thurman runs. But when it comes to offense, he didn't see it that way. He's seen it where, look, Shador, you got to get 4,000 yards, passing yards. I don't bump all that running, but you got to have a running balance. You got to have a balanced attack.
Can we talk about the defensive line?
Let's talk about defensive line. Let's talk about some recruits, man. Let's talk about some recruits. What's up with these recruits?
Well, go ahead and pull up my little slide.
All right, here we go. This is it right here.
So, this is the D lineman that I have so far on the roster.
All right. So,
I think
who start with first?
Well, I want to start with 97, 98, 99. Because those were some of our big defensive linemen that we wanted to make sure that we kept on the team. True Thompson, I don't know if anybody remembers him because I think he got injured last year.
Yeah, he got injured last year.
But he is back healthy and he's back on the squad.
Mm-hmm.
Charlton, that's Roger Goodell's
nephew.
His nephew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We have Antonio Doyle, which, by the way, he has his own YouTube. And he has some really good videos, so check out his
YouTube.
Yeah, and then we have Tamontre Graham, and Zion Walker. So these are now, if I missed some of the current defensive linemen, I do apologize. These were compiled directly from the website.
You see that big country white boy right there in the middle? That's Big Boosie right there. Don't forget about Big Boosie. Big Boosie, he's a character, but he can ball his ass off too.
And so I think that it's great that they were able to keep the defensive line pretty well stable because they still have Coach Weeks on the team. So he's still going to be a coach at Jackson State, and his son is going to be on special teams still. So I'm excited about that. Now, as far as like signing day, I guess I'm expecting for a lot more people to come out the woodwork on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because the only defensive I see the defensive end that we got was Braxton Barney. 6'4", 223 pounds from Madison, Mississippi. He just committed this evening. So I didn't see anybody else that's a defensive lineman or defensive end. I didn't see any other commits. Do you know of any?
I haven't seen anything else. I haven't even checked Twitter like that. That's the reason why I was asking you what was up in these Twitter streets right here.
I mean, I just saw we got a lot of O lineman commits, and we got some wide receivers and some DBs, but I didn't see that many defensive linemen. So I'm thinking that maybe we'll see some influx by Wednesday.
You will see pretty much majority of the heavy hitters coming out on Wednesday, probably like Wednesday morning, Wednesday afternoon, because it's always going to be like that.
I feel like Coach TC Taylor got quiet because I'm pretty sure a lot of these kids are actually already on campus and already enrolled in school. They just had to do their little photo shoot or whatever. And because he's gotten real quiet, no more standby notices by Coach TC Taylor. So I wanted to highlight Coach Jeff Weeks because I think it's
firecracker right there. I don't care what anybody say.
So basically, this is going to be a very big factor in this season because Coach Jeff Weeks, he's had over 25 years of coaching at the NFL, college, and prep levels. Prior to Jackson State, he served as a linebackers coach for the Buffalo Bills under Rex Ryan. And as we all know, Coach Weeks was the one that looked at James Houston and switched him from linebacker to an edge rusher. And also Antoine Owens, he signed with the USFL.
And Antoine Owens could play he could play both D ends and he could play inside. He played inside too. So he was accessible at any position on the defensive line. James Houston could be on the defensive line as a put your hand in the dirt type defensive end, or he could stand up and be more like your traditional rush outside linebacker, kind of like in the mode of TJ Watt in a sense like that. And you saw the difference when he was on the field with Detroit this past season. As soon as he got in the game on Thanksgiving, it was go time. And then also you can say Katron Evans, but Katron Evans played his first year at Jackson State. Somebody said that in the chat. But Katron Evans played his first year at Jackson State. He was 6'4", probably about 305. But then, I don't know, injuries or he was in somebody's doghouse last season, this past season. and you see the reason why he transferred out. He's at Charlotte, so more power to him. But
if I'm a defensive lineman and my coach is Coach Jeff Weeks, and I hear that my coach is staying, he's not going nowhere, and I know that he just got James Houston drafted or significantly increased his draft stock by looking at his how he moves and moving him, making that big move, and then I'm able to see James Houston how translate from Jackson State to the NFL, and also know that Coach Jeff Weeks has those connects with Rex Ryan and others. I'm staying at Jackson State.
Yeah.
Or if I'm a D lineman and I know that Coach Jeff Weeks is there, I'm going to Jackson State because I see James Houston. I see how he was angry that he got switched. And then Jeff Weeks says, this is what you need to do. And I see it translate at the NFL level. So for me, the dark side defense, I would love to see them mimic what they did last year.
And if you really want to talk about the dark side defense, the true dark side defense, you'll have to watch tapes. You'll have to watch video of those defenses back in the late 80s, early 90s, because that's where you will understand what the dark side defense was about.
You talking about Chicago Bears defense?
Nah, we talking about not Chicago Bears. I'm talking about Jackson State. That's where we got the dark side defense from back in the late 80s, early 90s. Mm-hmm. Yeah, with W.C. Gordon, and then it passed on down to Coach Hill. Then it passed on down to Big Daddy. Like those defenses, like they was some gangbusters, some headhunters. Like they didn't care who you was on the field. If you didn't, if if you had the ball in your hand, or if you was on the opposite side of the field or that line, they was coming after you. Like they was coming after you. That Adrian, you think I know you SU all the way, but you know that real dark side defense was from Jackson State was nasty.
Okay, they said that there is another JUCO D lineman. His last name is
Giles
from early signing day. So that'll be Giles, and then the recruit that just signed, Braxton Barney, as an addition to the D-line players. But I'm sure that on Wednesday we're going to have a couple more that are going to commit. It's kind of like crunch time now, so we're headed towards the finish line with regard to how many recruits we sign.
Right. And see, like I said, this is the reason, and this is the reason why TC is going after. I mean, skilled position players gonna come. They're gonna come regardless, dime a dozen, because they're skilled position players. You can fill out skilled position players, but if you don't got them trenches, you don't got that trench work right, then it's gonna be a long day for you. Also, like I said, he has experience coaching in MEAC from North Carolina Central, so he knows how it is. But also, you got to understand this too. And this is, if y'all watched the interview I had with Sylvester Morris, this is what he said. He said, if TC played with who? I said TC played for Big Daddy James Carson and also Coach Hughes, Judge. He said, but where did he get majority of his tutelage from? I said he got it from Big Daddy. He got it, you know what I'm saying? He got it from Big Daddy. But he got his shine during Coach Hughes, the Coach Hughes era, when he played in that, at that time. Because Big Daddy passed away in summer of 1999. Like, And then that's when Coach Hughes came and took over. He was on an interim basis, and then he took over full time afterwards. So he learned from those, those guys right there. He learned from that man. So and then two, Big Daddy was real. He was real big on defense. Big Daddy was the defensive coordinator at the time under W.C. Gordon, and Big Daddy gave play calling to his offensive coordinator. So he basically was like, you coach the offense, and I got a defensive coordinator, but he ain't doing his job. I'm taking over the defense. And if you watch all those Jackson State games back in the mid to late 90s, the late 90s and early 2000s, we were pretty much a balanced offense. Like, we didn't have, it's funny. I'm gonna tell you like this. It's funny that one of our top quarterbacks, Mark Washington, he didn't really throw for 3,500 yards. The most yards he threw for was probably 27 to 2,800 yards, and had 25 to 27 touchdowns. He didn't throw for, we didn't throw the ball all over the field. We basically was balanced to where, 2,800 yards passing, 26, 27 touchdowns, passing touchdowns, but you got a dog as a running back. I think it's
just the change in what the NFL is looking for. And that's why they changed it to be so air raid heavy, and they want for quarterbacks to get 50 touchdowns.
And this is one of them right here, my boy Lawrence Story. Yeah, I remember. Hey, Lawrence, I remember you. Lawrence would tell you everything about Big Daddy. He'll tell you everything about Judge. He'll tell you about Superman Robert Kent, Mark Washington, the general, the gunslinger. He'll tell you T.C. Taylor, he couldn't really catch on as far as the offense, as far as being a quarterback. When he came down to being a receiver, he was that athletic. Lawrence would tell you everything about what happened, about with JSU football back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I remember Lawrence. We was all around that same time. Big Daddy had 1,000-yard rush and 1,000-yard receiver. And the quarterback didn't throw for 3,000 yards either. And it was funny. And I remember that game he threw the first touchdown pass. I remember the guy he threw the first touchdown pass to you. TC was left-handed. TC basically ran the option, and he still threw the first touchdown. He couldn't get it right, and then they moved him over to the receiver.
Bring Lawrence on the show.
Lawrence, come on the show, man. I'm about to send you this link right here, bro.
We need to hear this story live and direct.
Just looking at that team right there and still beating teams like 20, 30, 40, 30 points and stuff like that, it was fun to watch.
So what type of offense do you think T.C. Taylor wants to run? You said that he wants to run. I think with Maurice Harris at the helm of offensive coordinator, he did a spread offense. So
yeah, he did a spread offense, but he was more. If you watch Maurice Harris, if you seen his offenses at Liberty, he didn't really have a 4,000-yard passer. He had a Malik Willis threw for 2,700 yards, but it was his arm strength and his agility that got him drafted. Liberty was damn near balanced. They was pretty much balanced. They had an equal balance on running the ball and equal amount balance for passing the ball. And that's some things that some teams don't have these days now. Yeah, Daryl, 60-40. It was you'll probably do 60% pass, 40% run. But I go like 55. I go 55. I mean, like maybe
You got Seven McGee, Wilkerson, JD Martin. RB1 is what Wilkerson, right?
RB1 is Wilkerson. Wilkerson said he going after Destry's records.
And then at the wide receiver,
you can take your whole pick on wide receivers.
it's Pick'em. It's still Is it still Blur Nation over there?
Pretty much.
What about
pretty much?
Quarterback toss up too. I mean, when I looked at the film that I was watching, I was like, oh wow, they look pretty balanced to me.
Then we got Patrick tight end. Oh yeah, that DJ Stevens still there. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah,
so we got our pass catcher tight end.
Hayden
Yeah, he's
still there.
Mm-hmm.
Lindsey Riley's still there. So we have the tight ends.
So we have a team. We have a team that can actually emulate what we saw in the late 90s. That's the thing. We have a team where we can saw in the late 90s. If y'all seen Lawrence Story is tall as fuck. I don't care, excuse my language. I don't care what anybody say. Lawrence Story was like 6'5". Just like, and he'll tell you Lawrence was 6'5" and still jump over you. All you throwing is fade balls to my guy, but he could still. I bet you he could run every route on the route tree. That's the same thing with TC. That's the same thing with Sylvester. That was the same thing with Daniel. I could name all the receivers. Hey, same thing with Jimmy Smith when he played. Like that's that. You really like Zoe would say from Tiger Talk. He'll say if you really want to go back and look at how dominant Jackson State was, you have to go back to Big Daddy. You have to go back to W.C. Gordon. You have to go back to Coach Hill. Like seriously, and it was crazy. It was crazy to the point where like nobody didn't want to play us. But then you got people outside of our what we call our bubble that thinks our football play is horrible. But I'm like, go look at the tapes. Go look at the old games. What's going on, Trent? Oh, make sure y'all hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. I also subscribe to SheLovesThee on YouTube. Make sure we get her to 1,000 subscribers.
Yes, I hit 800 today.
Oh.
So I'm only 200 away from getting to the big 1000. I'm gonna drop my link. But I'm excited. Signing day, we're gonna be on like a signing day alert. It's gonna be big. Like a lot of these students are actually already on campus, already enrolled, and already like literally in school at Jackson State. They just haven't announced it yet. Because I've seen some students, I'm like, who is that right there? Mm-hmm. They're already on campus and they've already enrolled. And you know what? Based off of the videos from like Jalen Hughes and Antonio Doyle, the new recruits that we got, like Batman, they all seem to be adjusting really well.
Yeah.
To Jackson State, and they seem like they're having a good time.
Yep. That's the main thing about it. Gotta have a good time. Southern guy. Hey, still though, from watching those games back then, Southern and Jackson State, though, especially when Pete came into the SWAC. When Pete got into the SWAC, it was a whole different story. Yes, Ms. Keys, Coach Weeks is still at JSU. He is still at JSU.
You're gonna have to rewind it so you can view my compilation that me and Doc just went through. We just went through the defensive linemen. So you having a game on Monday, we might have to go over the linebackers. Just right before signing day.
Man, I'm ready for spring practice to come along. I'm ready for all this stuff to come along. Like, we need... Hey, let's switch out some stuff on here. But yeah, big, like, just watching them, man. And that's the reason why, like I said, you're going to see whatever the type of offense you see with what TC was going with, that's what you're going to see. That's what you're going to see. I don't know when season tickets will go on sale. I would have to ask Ken Clark on that. I would have to ask Ken Clark when season tickets go on sale.
It's usually close to after. When are they going to release the schedule? March?
Yep, it's whenever AD Ashley Robinson finish it up.
Do you remember that big debacle last year when they released the schedule?
When they had Lane College in there, people was like, "Why y'all playing Lane?"
Lane College beat Tennessee State.
Yes, by 6 points. No, not even by 6 points. They beat them by a point. They scored late in the game. So
you should be able to purchase your season tickets. The website is Impact Tickets. So if you're going to purchase your tickets, make sure you go directly through the Jackson State website. We don't need no mishaps with people going to Ticketmaster. Jackson State is no longer affiliated with Ticketmaster. So make sure you go directly to the website and then you go to Impact Tickets, and that's where you can get your season tickets. Oh, Sonic Boom says
they won in OT, yeah.
Oh, somebody says that we better be glad that we got rid of Lane because that perfect season. You think we would have gotten beaten by a D2 school? No.
And it's the same D2 school that Pine Bluff had problems with too, and barely won by a touchdown. So, but Lane plays SWAC schools real hard, so it is nothing that. There's nothing that we could do.
TSU's defense after their loss, their QB.
It went down.
Lost their QB.
Yeah, after they lost Draylon Ellis, it was down. It was down from there. But we almost.
And did they lose Draylon playing a Power 5? Is that how did he get injured in one of those big games?
Nah, I don't even think they played the Power 5 this past season.
Oh, I wonder how he got injured. Eddie George needs to hire a staff. I hope TSU treats Eddie George like they do Mike Minter and Campbell. That's how I hope they would treat Eddie George.
I don't think he's going anywhere. I think. Oh, here we go.
So what's up, man?
What's up, man? What's up? It's been a long time since seen this guy right here.
Long time, man.
Long time. Years, oh yeah, man. Tell him how TC. You think TC?
Well, you gotta introduce him first. Introduce him.
Oh, my bad. It's another JSU legend right here, y'all. Lawrence Story. Tell him when you played, man, and tell him,
Yeah, man. Me and TC actually, both of us came in '97, man. We both got red shirted. We did '97 through '02. And yeah, man. I've been telling everybody, man, they got a hell of a coach, man. Everybody think cause Prime gone, like it's finna fall off, man. This dude actually cares about the university, and he gonna make sure that we ball. So y'all got a good one, man.
Yeah, man. I had Kat on the show Friday. Yesterday, man.
I watched.
Yeah, so I told him it's things about TC. You really think about it, he took a piece from almost everybody everywhere that he went. So he had Big Daddy on one side of his ear, you had Judge on the other side of his ear. Then he went into MEAC country and he got some tutelage from Jerry Mack. And then, of course, you're going to get tutelage from Prime to learn how to be an actual CEO coach, if you really want to talk about it.
And then, too, I want to give props to Coach Shannon, too, man, like on the offense end and everything. Like, Coach Shannon, he was tough, man.
Yeah, he was telling me about that, too.
Yeah.
And can you just talk about just like how surreal it is? I don't know if you go to Jackson State games on the regular, but how surreal is it to have been a player that walked through those walls and then coming back to the university and being in the stands and seeing how well Jackson State has done? How surreal is that for you as a former player?
Yeah, actually kind of weird. I haven't been going to many games. I stay in Birmingham, so it'd be hard for me to get down there work and everything. But when I do come, man, like it's like going back home, man. I love it. Actually watching the players on the field, like he was saying, man, like it's kind of like it's getting back to what we were. You know what I mean? When we came through, like it was a winning expectation already. It's always been like that with Jackson State. But man, like I just love it, man. Like the atmosphere, like being up in the stands, actually around the fans, for a change rather than being on the field. It's big.
Oh yeah. Man, just tell me how it was playing for Big Daddy and Coach Hughes, man.
Man, Big Daddy, man. Oh my God, man. Big Daddy, man. He broke me into the SWAC, man. My first actual practice, bro, I was a little late out there to get on the field. Actually, they hazed me, man. They taped my helmet to my locker. I couldn't get out on time. Man, got out there, man. Big Daddy had me rolling 100 yards down the field, man. Yeah, Big Daddy, man, that's one of the best coaches I ever had in my life, bro. He was so laid back, but, like I said, expectations, man. The expectation was there to be, the best that we were.
And Big Daddy talked to you. He got that gravelly voice. The way Big Daddy look, that's how he talked, like a grizzly bear. Like, bro, we know when Big Daddy come around campus. And then he also, Kat also mentioned, you said Coach Shannon, who's a wide receivers coach. Tell me how it was playing, like being brought up by him too.
It was like I said, man, it was a fun offense. I mean, like they say air raid. I don't know if our offense was air raid because, like you said, we had 1,000-yard rushing, but we threw a lot, bro. Like that's what took like people like me, TC, and other guys longer to get on the field because you had Daniel Guy, you had Sylvester Morris, you had Heidelberg.
Yeah,
I can go on and on. Mike Swanigan, you know what I mean? Corey
Bradford.
I mean, dang, man, you just had to wait your turn. So, but our offense was designed to where, the other guys could get a little play, but we made sure, like, guys like Cat, even when TC came out, we made sure we had that 1,000-yard guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then we had that bell cow in Destry Wright.
Oh, my God.
So we got a bell cow and running back with Savion Wilkinson. He rushed for a little bit over 1,100 yards. He told me on the line, he's like, I'm looking to break Destry's record.
Hey, somebody need to break it, man. Country say ain't nobody gonna get his record, man. He think he got it locked down, man. Somebody got to get it, bro.
It's been over 20 years to be exact. Ain't nobody touched that record.
Country holding it down, bro.
It is funny because he broke Walter Payton. That's who he took over. Walter
Yeah.
Payton over with 3,700 yards. And what district got a little bit over 4,000?
You're talking about legend. That's a JSU legend for real right there.
And so, man, it was just looking at that offense. It was just fun to watch it, man. Tell me what was your best your best game that you enjoyed playing against. Like what team? Who did you like playing against?
Well, for me personally, you know, the rivals, you know, Alcorn and Southern, of course. But for me, being from Birmingham, like anytime we play A&M and Alabama State, that was big for me. You know what I'm saying? I was coming back home, seeing everybody, guys that I played against in high school, stuff like that. So those was the big ones for me. I wanted to clown all them guys.
Man, question: you remember the first time you seen Corey score his first touchdown in Birmingham?
Man,
on a go route.
Yes, bro. I'm saying, then he surprised everybody, bro. Because like I was saying, and you and Cat, you know, he was a track guy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I'm saying? That speed, man, speed kills, bro. So all he had to do was learn. You know, he knew how to catch, but you know what I mean. He had to learn how to be a receiver. But bro, that's one of the fastest people I've ever seen in my life, bro.
And Timona, I'm talking about. Corey had legit 4.3 speed. He probably had 4.2 speed.
4.2.
He probably had 4.2 speed.
4.2, bro. All day, every day. Him and Cat. Cat a bust a 4.2 on you too.
Mm-hmm. Man, and what do you think if you were able to come back on campus and talk to players on the football team, what would you tell the team about what they getting with TC?
I mean, basically what I said, bro. You got somebody that care about the university, care about the kids. You know what I'm saying? That's the main thing. And you know, with that comes just, I mean, you know, going out there and playing hard for them. Like, people think like, I mean, you know, Deion did a good job, bro. But I mean, you know, it wasn't just him. You know what I'm saying? It was actually the coaches, the players playing for him, stuff like that. So, like, I don't think it's going to be a problem, man. You're getting a dog, man. You're getting a Mississippi guy. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like I've been telling everybody, man, my thing, come on home, man.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you from Jackson or not, come home, man. Like, come to Jackson State, bro. We going to show you love. Like I said, y'all like my second family, bro. Every time I come down there, just so much love, bro. So, I mean,
yeah.
They getting a good program, man. I like all these pickups he getting too, bro. I love seeing them eyes popping across Twitter.
Oh yeah.
Stand by.
Oh yeah, my girl, she doing good work with with recruits and stuff like that. And you know, with me, I just put out there like what we need to know what's going on with our HBCUs and stuff. So we, you know, to me, I'm like, shoot, it's a good combination. So. But man, I appreciate you coming on to the show. We'll probably have to do another one of these again, man. Coming up when the season come up, and hopefully we could be at some more games. Cause I'm coming all the way from Dallas, so
yeah, so, man, it's a trip, man. It's like 3-4 hours for me, but you know what I'm saying. I said this year, man, I'm gonna be sure I make at least all the home games.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that. One of the way I'm gonna be at is that Texas State game, since it's about a 4-hour drive for me.
I want to come to that one, bro. I don't know if I want to take that drive. I might have to fly, but I want to go to that one.
Oh yeah,
the ones in Atlanta when we play there twice. I want to go to both of those.
He said play that.
Definitely going to Atlanta.
Nah, twice. But you ain't hear what he said twice.
Right, both times.
Man,
and bringing home some hardware both times.
I know, right? But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I just had took me a minute, man. I had to get up and throw on my Jackson State stuff. I couldn't come in here without no Jackson State.
I feel you. I got Atlanta hat on, but shoot, I got to give me a Jackson State hat to fit my big ass head. I wear a size 8, man. But yeah, man. But I appreciate you.
No
I appreciate
problem,
you, bro.
I love y'all, man. I miss with both of y'all. I like both of y'all pages. I'm subscribed to both of them. I support Jackson State all day, every day, bro.
Big.
Thank you, Thee. I love.
All right, y'all.
All right. As y'all see it, that's another J State great right there. Lawrence Story. You know what I'm saying? So y'all know what y'all getting into. Y'all see what we're going to get into. So we're going to start in Atlanta, finish in Atlanta. But we've been on this thing for almost 5 hours. So it's another marathon.
It's time to go.
It's time to go. Especially since I got to get on that damn CPAP machine. It's working wonders for me. It's over it. It's working wonders. I ain't tired. I'm well rested, and I'm not stopping breathing in my sleep all the time either. So that's a good thing for me.
I didn't even know you had sleeping apnea.
Yeah. I do not like when somebody say, Negro, you start breathing like 3 times. So having that machine, shoot, I'm out of there. I'm out of there. But of course, Sunday, I ain't gonna do another Sunday. Monday, we'll talk about
Monday, let's go over linebackers.
Yeah, the linebackers. We'll go over the linebackers Monday. Tuesday, we'll do a final rundown of all recruits that have been committed. And then Wednesday night, I know Wednesday you're gonna be doing updates and everything. And then Wednesday night we'll be on it again on Wednesday night.
They'll be live from the meet and greet.
Right. So I'm gonna try to get off on Wednesday. I'm gonna try to get off a little bit earlier from work. That way we can get that set up. Cause what time the meet and greet start? At 5 or 6?
6.
6. All right. So I'm leaving work early Wednesday. I'm gonna leave work early. So
y'all make sure to know that we're tapping in. We're gonna check in on Wednesday around 6. So 6:37. So we can go over the recruits and the signing. All
right. As always, thank you for coming on. Can you hear this applause now?
No.
I still got to work this thing out.
What is it?
It's a soundboard. It's a soundboard that comes with the microphone.
Oh, it's you fancy.
No, ain't fancy shit.
Is that how you play like the little like random words or noises and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you really upgrading. I haven't gotten to the soundboard.
It's a little small thing for right now, but it came with it's the combination soundboard with the microphone, so that's the reason why I got the microphone. But I could have just waited for that one. I mean, for the little soundboard. But I'm still working with it, see how this, trying to see how it works out. But it's yeah, we're gonna work on this. we're gonna work this out.
All right, and make sure you guys subscribe to my YouTube.
Yeah, make sure you subscribe to her YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to her YouTube, or she will fight you like she did Roland Martin.
No, I won't do that. I'm gonna be on my best behavior this week. The Twitter fingers. I'm going to see that what happens is I downloaded Twitter onto my phone, but I'm getting ready to uninstall it because it would just keep giving me like messages when somebody said something. So I'm uninstalling it this week.
Oh, hold on. Hey, Emmett Jones, I ain't never played football, but I knew I was cool with him when I was on campus, when I went to school there. So we all from the same graduating class. Mm-hmm. The high school graduating class, 97. Best year.
Yeah, Doc Holliday's like that. Exclusive interviews from Jackson State's great.
So, man, y'all look, it was fun doing this tonight. Hopefully, and then also I got to make sure that I will be able to get in contact with the SID from Chicago State so I could get that interview with the athletic director, mm-hmm. and we could get to down to the nitty gritty and stuff about Chicago State and football.
Cool.
But I will holler at you on Monday.
All right.
And we'll get this going. We got to get her to 1,000 subscribers, y'all. 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours. Let's get her going there, y'all.
All right. Peace out.
Peace. And as always, y'all, look, if you haven't done it by now, make sure you put your money where your mouth is. Make sure you put your money where your mouth is. Still crowdfunding for BCU athletics. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I'm doing that because I love the kids. And I want to see the kids be able to have things that they haven't gotten anyway. We are still at $330. I'm still trying to come up with $2,000 by mid-February. So if you're trying to help out the kids, let's help these kids out. Let's not just talk about it. Let's be about it, y'all. Let's be about it. Nah, you good, Emmett, but y'all, let's be about this, y'all. And help these kids out. So like I said, y'all see me back on Monday. Sunday, I'm taking a break. I'm chilling and getting off of work, chilling and stuff like that. But other than that, man, as always, y'all be blessed. Y'all stay safe. And most of all, y'all stay dangerous with it. Peace out.